What's up, Met fans? Welcome back. Talking Mets at Rob. Game 162, season finale, Mets versus Braves. Live here, Talking Mets at Rob. So don't forget, guys, hit on that like button and hit on that subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, guys, say what's up in the chat. One last time, guys, of the 2021 season. Our Mets have been disappointed, but it's still baseball. It's still the Mets. Cole, how you doing? It's still a lot of fun. You guys been with me since day one of preseason in March. Basically in February, all the way until October. So it is the last game of the season. Can the Mets get their 78th win? We will see. Really doesn't matter, honestly. Um, I don't understand the lineup. Honestly, I mean, we can talk about that if you guys want. The lineup is a little confusing to me. And RG, I agree. I'm waiting for the Yankees to lose as well. But the best thing about the last game of the season on the Sunday is that everybody starts at 3 p.m. Or, 3:05, 3:10, 3:20. The Mets actually start the latest, which is 3:20. But all the games start around 3:20. So the games should end around the same time. I love how Major League Baseball actually did that. I think that's one of the best things, actually. Only because, nobody has to really, you can scoreboard watch throughout the game and watch all the teams that are involved. Just think, the Dodgers and Giants are a game apart. They can be a tie for that. There might be a one-game play-in for that. And then the AL wild card is absolutely insane that four teams can be actually tied. And then if you guys haven't checked Twitter or didn't know, because of the Yankees are allowed to choose who they would play if there is a tiebreaker. And they chose the Red Sox at Fenway instead of Toronto in Toronto. So that means let's hope that the Yankees and the Red Sox lose and the Seattle Mariners and Toronto win so we can have a 14 tie, because so we can get a playing game on Monday to see who gets in the wild card. So it would be Yankees against the Red Sox at Fenway, and then Toronto against Seattle in Toronto to see who plays in a wild card game. That's freaking awesome, guys. I hope it happens. I hope the Giants lose and the Dodgers win. So that's a tiebreaker. So they have to play each other to see who faces St. Louis in the wild card game at their home ballpark. So much to talk about. But once again, guys, about our dysfunctional Mets, which they usually are. But to go into how much I appreciate you guys, I really do appreciate you guys staying with me throughout the whole entire 2021 season. Even though the first half was a lot of fun for us Met fans, first place, a lot of fun. Thought we had a chance of making the playoffs, winning the division. Didn't happen. But at least we got to talk to each other, say our opinions, say our frustrations, our happy times, our bad times. We all did it together. We all talked about it together. That's exactly what we always want, because baseball is not just wins and losses. As you guys know, when you go to baseball games, the friendships you make, the friendships you have. I went to the last game of the season at Citi Field. That was a lot of fun. It was a little emotional because of Michael Conforto and how the fans treated him, how his players, his teammates treated him, a lot of things that went on during that game. But it's always fun to go to the last game at home, especially if you're not making the playoffs, because you get to see all your friends. Like I hung out with the guys with the 7 line in section 515. That was a lot of fun. And it's always good to see a lot of your friends that you won't see until spring training. And, I travel to Port St. Lucie during spring training. So that's always fun. And I get to see a lot of the 7 line people there. And then, the opening day is one of the big days. We all know that. So I guess we can talk about the game today a little bit, because I know everybody wants to talk about everything else, because there's so much going on in Major League Baseball alone. As I just spoke about, the American League wild card could end up being a 4-way tie by end of day. And if you guys did not know, let me repeat it again for people who are tuning in. The New York Yankees have selected to play the Red Sox in Fenway if there's a tiebreaker. And the reason why they get to choose is because the Yankees would, according to all the statistics, the Red Sox have the better record, but the Yankees get to choose because they would be the second wild card, and they get to choose who they would want to play. They could play Toronto in Toronto because Toronto has a better record against the Yankees, and they were able to choose the Yankees at Fenway Park. I mean, Red Sox at Fenway Park. So a lot can go down. So let's hope for the Giants to lose, the Dodgers to win. So they have to do a playing game to see who wins that division in the West. Then you have the four-way possible tie. That would be even more fun. And that would be great. Yeah, Christian, they already decided it. If you check Twitter, John Heyman, Ken Rosenthal all talked about it, Christian. The Yankees chose the Red Sox. That's automatic because they will be already either they're going to be the 1 seed or the 2 seed. They get to choose, and that was already determined by Major League Baseball. They had a little bit of a confusion at first, but that's what they said on Twitter. Ken Rosenthal put that on Twitter. So, oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to read your comments while I was scrolling because people started typing and I lost it. But yeah, exactly. So a lot's going to go on today. So let's hope all that happens. So we have complete chaos without the Mets being involved, which is not really fun, but it's also hilarious because you don't have to stress about a one-game playing game to get to a one-game playoff wild card. So that's crazy. And honestly, I'm more intrigued about the Giants and the Dodgers because if they do tie for the division, nobody wants to play the Cardinals, the hottest team in baseball, for that one game wild card against Wainwright. It's going to be tough, but I really hope all that happens. It'll be boring if, the Red Sox win, the Yankees win, and Toronto and Seattle loses. Then it's like, okay. So the Red Sox and the Yankees at Fenway. It'll be very fun to watch, but again, it would be more fun if you get a Monday game where you have to play to get into a wild card. That would be fun. Then you would have the playing game for the wild card. And if the Dodgers and Giants tie, they would have to play on Monday as well. So much can happen in just 24 hours, basically. But again, Major League Baseball, the one good thing they actually did with the rule is to play everybody at the same time on game 162, because you have moments like this where everybody's playing around the same time. Everybody's scoreboard watching. Nobody's sitting around waiting, because how many times did we see over the years where there would be a team playing during 1 o'clock game, they would lose, and then the team that plays on 4 o'clock knows they don't even have to win. So it's better this way. Everybody has to play each other. Everybody's got to play their players. Nobody can really rest up. Everybody's available today. So that's what the fun thing is. And exactly, Karen, get your seatbelts on. Unfortunately, the Mets are not a part of this this chaos, which would have been fun, but also stressful, especially with you guys. Gio, I am going to be streaming a playoff game. I'm going to try to do the wild card game. But again, there's nothing really determined yet. So if there's a playing game, I will do that. I will do a playing game for the wild card. And if there's a playing game for the Dodgers and Giants, I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to do as many playoff games as possible. I'm going to focus on the Yankees if they make it, only because, well, it's New York. And it just makes sense. You got the Yankees, Red Sox. It's obviously a big series or a big game, big, rivalry. So that would be fun. Cowboys don't suck, even though they're losing. Even though I'm watching I'm going back because I'm in New York. I only get the Jets and the Giants. I can't get the Cowboys unless I turn on the red zone. So I'm on that right now. But I'm looking on my fantasy as well, FanDuel right now, going a little crazy because I gotta tell you something, guys. Before go step away from baseball a little bit. So you know how FanDuel, they have the you can pick the players, bet on games, and all that stuff. So I picked my fantasy team, and I went into $1 million contest where you pick your 9 players, and you get a salary cap and all that, and it's like $20 to enter. So I entered two lineups, and one of my lineups is in 12th place, and that's like $100,000. So let's see what happens. A lot can happen. It's going to the second half in a lot of games, But you never know. I could actually get nothing for $20. Turn into 100,000. I'll take it. No doubt about it. But all right, so let's go. Yeah, Alonso finished. He had a great performance. Alonso is good. You know, he was one of the better solid players of the year besides Nimmo and Jonathan VR, who's been our best players. But I want to talk about the lineup a little bit. I don't know if you guys seen it, but I seen it. It's gonna scroll across your screen. Um, no Baez, no McNeil. I'm a little confused by that, but whatever. You got Mazika, you got Peraza, and you got VR in there. So it's a little. Let me just change it up a little bit because I kind of wrote too much over here. There we go. Not really sure. Okay, there we go. That looks better. All right, so Nimmo, Lindor, Conforto, Alonso, Smith, VR, Peraza, Mazika, and Syndergaard. So let me fix that again. I can't spell Peraza for some reason. There we go. All right, that's better. Wow. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but whatever. What can we do? It makes no sense. I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're trying to gain out of this. I would want to play all my players, honestly. Why are you resting Baez? Why are you resting McNeil? They're gonna have 6 months off. Yeah, Christian, sorry, I typed it wrong, but you got it there now, Peraza. So yeah, I don't understand it, but I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. McNeil should be playing. Now, Charlie Morton's on the mound for the I'll show this up really quick, is on the mound for the Braves. So it's not like it's a lefty. So McNeil should be in there. So I don't really know why. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. But what can we do, right, guys? So once again, guys, don't forget, please hit on that like button, hit on that subscribe button. Let's get the stream out. The more people, we got about a half hour until game time. So let's have some fun, guys. Let's enjoy it. Game 162, not exactly the celebration we would have had if we were going to the playoffs, but at least we can watch one more game of baseball during the regular season before the playoffs start. And just so you know, guys, I will be doing playoff games, live streaming, different type of playoff games. Like I said, I will be streaming if there's any playing games and wildcard games. And then when the division series are figured out, I'm going to decide which game I'm going to do and then go from there. And you guys will obviously see it. So once again, guys, Super Chat is live. If you want to donate to the channel, please do. Obviously, no obligation. Just letting you know it's live. Super Chat is live. So I'll be with you guys until the end of the game. And once again, guys, I really do appreciate the support throughout the entire year. It's been a lot of fun since the preseason all the way up until October. It's been fun. A lot of ups and downs. A lot of pissed off Met fans. A lot of happy Met fans. A lot of confused Met fans. We had GM fire-ins. We had manager fire-ins. We had coaches fire-ins. We had everything known to man. Drunk driver GMs, like everything we can have. But one thing we still have is Sandy freaking Alderson. So I don't know if you guys heard, but Theo Epstein, the Mets are going to contact Theo Epstein because that's the only guy they can contact at the moment while games are still going on because he's in the MLB front office. So it looks like the Mets are going to pursue Theo Epstein first because they're allowed to do it at the moment. So I am going to do a video about it probably tomorrow, and we'll go from there. And I'll find out a little more information because I did find out some information of why the Mets not only because he's available and the Mets are allowed to talk to him. There was a conversation between two people that made it happen quicker than usual. So I'll let you know in the video tomorrow. But again, I don't like I don't think Theo Epstein is going to take the job only because Sandy Alderson is going to be above him, and I don't see why he would do that. But again, money does talk. If the Mets and Cohen throw him a lot of money and give him basically the franchise and say, listen, do what you want to do. Alderson is out of the picture. He's going to be on the business side. Then maybe he'll take it. They offer him $17-18 million a year. It's hard to. He's not making that in the MLB front office. He's making a couple of million. So money does talk. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, the candidates: Billy Beane, David Stearns of Milwaukee and Oakland. We'll see how that goes, and maybe we'll get lucky and get Theo Epstein, but we have to wait and see about that. So let's see. Oh, Fernando, now you're a Rays fan. Like 3 days ago, you were a Yankees fan. Fernando, that is true. Remember in the offseason, we were supposed to get 2 out of the 3 big-time free agents, and we got 0. You know what, Fernando? I want the Yankees to suffer, like, really badly. Even if the Yankees lose today, they're not in the playoffs. They're not out of the playoffs. They're guaranteed to play in a playing game. At worst case for them, Seattle and Toronto can be out of the playoffs if they lose today. So basically, the Yankees and the Red Sox both are guaranteed a playing game. It's just a matter of who they're going to be playing. And it's pretty obvious that it's going to be the Yankees and Red Sox. It's just a matter of if that actually happens. Because the Yankees can win, Red Sox can lose, and then, now it's a 3-team race tie that they have to figure out. So, again, a lot of things can happen, and a lot of things can be figured out later tonight, and that's when I'll decide if we can actually go live streaming on what type of games. You know what? It's going to be – I honestly, the Yankees only had to win one game, one extra game, one game from the Rays, and they would have had a guarantee in the wild card game. So it's kind of crazy. It's actually really crazy, actually. But we'll wait and see what happens. Obviously, every game starts around 3 o'clock to 3:20, so everybody's going to be playing at the same time. I see Hayden. What's your opinion? Who's the biggest free agent on the market this offseason? I say Correa. You see, I know a lot of people have been talking about the Mets and Correa. I don't think it's going to happen. Honestly, I don't think Baez is going to happen. I really don't think so. And you know what? A lot of people, like, there was even on Twitter, like, people are obsessed with Carlos Correa coming to the Mets. But yeah, you're going to pay him $200 million, Baez $200 million. Look, I honestly think Baez and Lindor is just not a good combination for a team that is looking to do good big things this year. Yeah, Gio, exactly. There's a lot of teams that are going to go after Correa. And, like I said, and we got to be careful with the Cubs. There's a lot of interest in Stroman with the Cubs. Stroman even talked about it with the Cubs. The Cubs are going to spend money this year. I would not be surprised if the Cubs bring back Baez, Rizzo, and pick up Stroman. There's a lot of things. Devin, how you doing? It's a lot of things. We got to watch out for the Cubs. We got to watch out for the Texas Rangers and Toronto. Toronto's looking for that one more starter in that rotation to help them out. And why wouldn't they want to get their Stroman back, right? It makes sense. But like I said, there's going to be competition for Stroman. He's one of the one pitcher on the market who had a really good season. Besides Gausman of the Giants. But I don't know how realistic people think he's going to be that good. Gausman could just have one career year and get a big contract and suck. Stroman, on the other hand, there's going to be a lot of teams. That's why everybody's like, oh, the Mets just signed him. The Mets just signed him. It's not going to be easy because even though Stroman likes New York, there's no, there's a cross-time rival, the Yankees, who need pitching. They got nobody besides Cole. They got Montgomery, they got Cortez. I mean, really? They got Michael King, they got pitchers like that. Kluber's going to be gone, Tyone's probably going to be gone. So they're going to be looking for a pitcher. And it's possible they might go after Stroman. So there's going to be a lot of competition. So everybody's talking about, Correa, Stroman, we might just end up with Syndergaard as a pitcher. So, and I think SoCal talked about Simeon. That's not a bad idea either. That's a perfect third baseman for us. That's for sure. But like I said, we got to see who opts out, like Castellanos, a couple other guys that can opt out as well. So when we get the full scope of the free agency players, then we'll look at the list. We'll look into it, see what the Mets need and what they can get. If it's a perfect situation, I want the Mets to get Correa, Chris Bryant, Castellanos. You might as well sign Stroman and Gaussman too and get everybody. But it's not realistically going to happen. There's a lot to talk about, it's very interesting with JD Davis because everybody knows I'm not a fan of JD Davis on the field, but there was clearly something wrong with his hand the entire year. And what pisses me off is the Mets try to continue to not require surgery for his hand. And now right before the end of the season, he needs surgery. So he probably needed surgery the whole time. What that tells me is that the Mets medical staff fucked up. And I don't mean to curse, but it pisses me off yet again because you heard this nonsense with Jacob deGrom and a lot of other players. And we know JD Davis can hit. He was really bad this year, but it could have been very much because of that hand. And that was from the first series of the year with Philadelphia. That's what it was. And it's possible. Now, I don't think JD Davis is going to be here, but, you also just don't want to give these guys away. So, could we just maybe keep JD Davis because of the DH? We're also got to talk about Cano. He's coming back. Are we going to keep Dom Smith and make him the everyday DH? There's a lot to do, a lot to talk about. You also got to remember when there's a DH, you're gonna have an extra guy on the bench, or you might just take a guy off the bench, and put it in another pitcher because you don't have to worry about double switches and all that stuff. The easy game of the American League. Oh, Patterson from Atlanta, baby, just got another touchdown. That's gonna help out my fantasy. That's what I'm talking about. Cordero Patterson, baby. Third touchdown of the day. That's what I'm talking about. Your boy Ron might have $100,000 right there, but we got a long way to go. Yeah, I agree. See, exactly, Joey. That's my thing with trainers. Like, I can do, the trainers are the trainers. They're the ones that, probably give the first diagnosis of an injury. But when they go to, hospital for special surgery, which is the Mets hospital of choice, and the Yankees as well, when they go there, these are supposed to be one of the top doctors in the state, in the country, basically, these guys see. And yet, time and time again, it's like they diagnose it wrong, or they continue to be like, oh, you can play with this, you can play with this. But then it's clear that JD Davis couldn't play with this for a couple of months. Why not just let the kid have his surgery? Maybe if he would have had it in like early April and been out 3 months and he would have came back in July or August, maybe he would have been that same hitter that we've seen the last 2 years. And that's a good point, Christian, about the CBA. What I think this factors into a lot more is not now. December 2nd is when the CBA expires. So you got until the end of the World Series, whatever date that is, sometime I think November 1st or something like that, or the last weekend, whatever it is. But from the day of the World Series, the last day of the World Series until December 2nd, I honestly think the winter meetings is going to be one of the most active winter meetings we have in a long time. And the reason why I say that, I don't think a lot of players want to wait until after the CBA because there's no guarantee there'll be no player wants to be out in the fields after the CBA expired. When the CBA expires, nobody can sign contracts. I don't know if you guys know that, but there was an article from Sports Illustrated and um I forgot the other one. Sports Illustrated and somebody else. They had the same comments, the same opinion, and the same answer. If you after the CBA is over, the only contracts that can be signed are players who can sign with the team they were previously on. And that's it's very interesting because no player and no team is going to make big moves after the CBA because there's going to be too much going on. And that's around the same time the winter meetings are really starting. So, and Christian, I have not been there. I've heard good things. Oh, you've been to 5 of them. I heard Nashville was like one of the best ones, but that's, I don't know. Did they decide where it is this year? I don't know. I don't know about what they're doing exactly, where they're going to do it because of COVID, but we'll see. But, after the CBA on December 2nd, when it expires, teams and players can't negotiate a contract unless it's a player that was currently on your team the year before in 2021, sorry. So I think there's going to be so much activity from after the World Series. Cowboys just scored. Cooper, baby. Woohoo! Sorry. So that's right when you watch the Red Zone channel and they start changing all the games. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. But that's the thing. It's going to be very active over after the World Series up until the first day of December. There's going to be a lot of activity. All the qualifying offers are going to be decided. A lot of teams are probably going to try to sign a lot of players by then. Players are going to want to be signed. Even the big-time players, they're going to want to be signed. They can drag it out into late November, but they probably want to sign before December 2nd because it's going to be very hard for teams and players to come up with contracts that has no bearing on the CBA. And that's going to be a problem. And there's a lot of talk about a work stoppage where we might not even start spring training on time, which will push back the season because of negotiations that probably won't go very well with the CBA. I wish they would do like, how they do like debate, when they two get together, they should have live cameras watching the debate with the players union and the owners. That would be great. That would be primetime TV to me. But I really think, there goes Henry. So that's what I'm thinking, guys. I think that a lot of players are going to sign earlier than we actually think. They're not going to drag it into January or February. I think a lot of it's going to be done before December 2nd. Yeah, I know they talked about that on the Yankees broadcast last night about Angel Hernandez being the home plate umpire for today's game against the Rays and Yankees. I mean, my God, it's going to be bad. So we got about 20 minutes until game time, guys. The lineup is there. If you're like, where the hell is McNeil? Where the hell Baez is? I don't know. No idea. Why they're not playing? Why does anybody need to see Peraza and Mazika? Like, we don't know what type of players they are by now. McNeil and Baez should be in a lineup. I don't get it. But, again, maybe Rojas wants to get fired right when the game ends. I don't know. And that's going to be interesting. I want to see if the Mets are going to wait until Monday to fire Rojas or do it right after the game. That would be my choice. Do it after the game. Start it quick. And I think it's very important for the Mets and Sandy Olson to get a front office in place as quickly as possible because of the reason that players are going to start signing quickly. They want to know where they're going to be before the CBA is up. You can't have Sandy Olson making these decisions and then you hire a president of baseball operations that says, I didn't want to do this, and then we have bad blood already. And I don't want that. Yeah, Joey. It's a lot of players. I'm so confused about the Jacob DeGrom injury. I mean, what was it? Was it just inflammation? Was it a sprain? Was it a partially torn ACL? I mean, nobody really knows. Still to this day, we don't know. They shut him down, which is the smart move. It was stupid to pitch him. We're gonna see Syndergaard for maybe an inning, maybe 2 innings today. So we'll see what he has. He ain't gonna be throwing sliders or curveballs, just changeups and fastballs, which he was pretty good at the first time he pitched. So that's nice to see. But again, I don't know, guys. It don't make no sense to me. A lot of the injuries, I think they screwed up JD Davis injury. The poor kid was struggling the entire year with his hand, and he might have not have said nothing all the time and wanted to be out there. But look, JD Davis is a really good hitter. He's a 280, 290 hitter. He should be hitting 25 home runs playing every day. So it sucks. But that's what can we do, right? Let's just hope that Jacob DeGrom is healthy by spring training. Once again, guys, it's 3 o'clock. We got 19 minutes until game time. Hit on that like button, guys. Hit on that subscribe button. More likes, the stream goes out to more people. That's what we want. As always, guys, if you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. Do not be shy, guys. It's always fun to get people from other teams, fans from other teams. It's always fun. So please hit on that subscribe button. Thank you again for tuning in. Talking Mets and Rob. Watch party, Mets versus Braves, game 162 of the season. A little bit of a farewell of the season with my channel, but constant videos, constant live streams throughout the playoffs regarding the Mets and about the games that are going to happen in the playoffs. So hopefully you guys tune in. So if you guys got any questions, any concerns, say it in the comments and we'll see if I can tell them to you. And that's it, right? End of the season. Disappointing season that is. All right, so Tim Britton tweeted out, this is what Davis said, quoting Davis. For a lot of us, this could be the last day or the last game this big group will be together. Big group, I don't know what that means. We look around and we hold each other very accountable. We love each other. It's going to suck. Well, guess what, JD Davis? And if I'll throw it up right there. That's what he said. So yeah, well, guess what? That's what happens when you don't perform the capabilities. And that's just not with JD Davis. That's what all the players he's talking about. Everybody had a down year. Lindor had a down year. Dominic Smith, JD Davis, Jeff McNeil, Michael Conforto, Lindor. All of them had very, very down seasons, which is basically your entire lineup. Besides Nimmo and Alonso, nobody performed to the back of the baseball card. And that's why this team's not making the playoffs. Yes, you could talk about Jacob DeGrom not pitching since July. Syndergaard's been out the entire year. We had Walker, Stroman, Carrasco was gone for almost the entire year. So Walker and Stroman was the steady pitchers, and then you had McGill that pitched the second half of the season. So there was a lot of issues, but the main issue was this team and this offense did not perform. There was a lot of good, like I said, we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. 11 out of the last 13 games in the early parts of September, we lost by 1 run. 11 out of 13. So what does that tell you? If we win 5 or 6 of those 1-run games out of the 13, we have 80 plus wins, 82, 83 wins. Maybe we could have had a couple of more wins. and maybe made a chance for a division, but we didn't. Because if you look at it, guys, and I'm going to show you, give me a second. I just want to see something really quick. Alrighty. So the Braves can end up with 88 wins. 88 wins. Not even 90. Amazing. Pisses me off. And if I'm not mistaken, I did pick the Braves in my predictions in the beginning of the year that the Braves are going to win a division. I didn't pick 87 wins. I think I had like 91 wins. But I did take the Mets to be second with about 89 wins. So, or 90 wins. And then Philadelphia around 87. So I was kind of close. But I did pick the Braves to win the division. And I'm going to do a recap of that, of my decisions. I think I did pick the Rays to win the division, but I will go back to that another time. But once again, guys, say what's up in the chat. Let me know what you're doing. Are you going to be watching the Mets? You're going to be watching the Yankees? Or are you going to be watching both? I'm going to be flipping channels to football and everything. So let's see what everybody's going on today. And let's see if the Mets can get 78 wins on the season, which is a few games under 500. What else is new? But let's just hope that the Mets can actually be the Mets in the offseason and we can actually get things going. Ay, ay, ay. Mm-mm-mm. Do, do. Do I trust Bean? No, I don't. I do not trust Billy Bean. And the reason why I don't trust Billy Bean is because just because he's done it in Oakland and had consistent teams, 85 to 90 something, 94 wins, contending team for the division every year or wild card. The Oakland A's never won nothing. Let me know the last time they got out of the first round. They don't do nothing in the playoffs. They're a team that is built for the season and not for the playoffs. And that's what Billy Bean and the Oakland A's is. And that's I don't even just worry about that. I also worry that he's good friends with Sandy Alderson and that Sandy Alderson will be in his ear too much. And I don't want Sandy Alderson involved at all in the baseball decisions, in player acquisitions. Now, I don't know if Billy Bean can be good. Remember, he has no pressure in Oakland at all. He gets to, sit in his ivory tower, make his moves, and they never sign anybody. They always trade their guys when they're coming up on free agency. So, does he even know when to hit on the guy that's been great for their team and sign him? I don't know if he can do that. We don't know. During the trade deadline, when he's sending players away, yes, he did get Starlin Marte, great, and they didn't make the playoffs. So was that a good move? I don't even know. But I don't trust Billy Bean because of Sandy Alderson and because Billy Bean is in a perfect spot for him. There's no pressure. He don't have to worry about people are not going to complain about payroll. Fans are not going to go crazy when they can't keep their players because they don't have a big payroll. So there's no pressure on him. So he can do what he wants to do, and that's why he's been the A's vice president and general manager for 20 years. Because of those situations. Because there's no pressure. There's no reason to have any pressure. Will he fold under pressure? He folded as a player, as a Mets top prospect many years ago in the 80s. Now, it's not the same thing as a front office guy, but Can he handle the pressure of New York? He couldn't do it as a player. Why do we expect him to do it as a front office executive who needs to make moves with all the pressure of the New York Mets fans? Like I said, Theo Epstein is the guy. Throw all the money you can at him, get him here, and he will make this team a contender because he's done it everywhere he's been. And he's been with two teams that couldn't even get to a World Series, be a contender in the playoffs, win divisions. Until he got there, they were a joke. The curse of the Billy Goat, the curse of the Bambino. He broke both those curses. Now, you don't have to be superstitious, but when your team doesn't win in 100 years, and this guy, Theo Epstein, did it with both teams that haven't won in 100 years, that's greatness. And that's the guy I want running my team because I trust him. And all those Met fans who talk about the farm system, look at the farm system now, okay? You got Mark Vientos, a second rounder, who nobody thought was going to be anything, is going to be in our top probably 5 in our top prospects this year, next year. He's probably going to be up with the team next year. He's definitely going to get the tryout in spring training. You know, depending on what the Mets do, that might be a third baseman. Vientos might be up in this team. He's a power guy. He's very decent, very good defensively. You know, there's a lot to look at. But for the Mets fans who are obsessed with the farm system, let me ask you something. Do you hear anybody like the Cub fans or the Red Sox fans complaining about their farm system? They got Red Sox have multiple World Series. The Cubs have a World Series from a couple of years ago. There is no Met fan that's going to give back a World Series championship because Theo Epstein did what he had to do with the farm system to make moves to improve the big league team. If you have a problem with that, one, you're a Wilpon apologist, and number two, you never want to win. You want to be in this little maze of mediocre and almost make the playoffs or make the playoffs and lose in a wild card game. I want to be a team that wins 90-plus wins every year, that contends in through September to make the playoffs and do damage. Not be happy we're in the playoffs. Be happy that we're going to dominate the playoffs. I don't want to hear anybody talk about the farm system when there's teams every year that make decisions to better their big league club for a World Series run. You see it every year. You've seen it during the trade deadline. The Mets are too weary of getting rid of farm system pieces to make their big league team better. It cost them this year. But yet, nobody cares about Pete Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez. Why? If you're so worried about the farm system, why aren't you up in arms about giving up your 4th best prospect in your system for a rental player in Baez, which is exactly what the Mets did not need. We know what we needed. We needed mid-level pitching, and we needed a third baseman. What did we get? We get another shortstop who is a head case, who caused problems as soon as he got here with Lindor. And I don't care how good he was. He had better numbers than Cespedes did in 2015 when he came aboard. But he did not propel the team like Cespedes did this year. If you look at the lineups from 2015 to 2021, the Mets lineup is a lot better this year than it was in 2015. But the difference was this, and what's funny, the Mets made that move and made that run while in second place, 3 games out behind Washington in 2015 by the deadline. The Mets with 4 games up by the deadline getting Baez. But what also did the Mets do? The Mets got bullpen help, Addison Reed. They got bench help, Uribe, Kelly Johnson. They didn't. Sandy Olson didn't help his own first place team, and to get an extra reliever that we needed, maybe get a number 3 starter. I didn't say Berrios, but number 3 starter. So many things that they could have done to help this team out to contain first place. Because I guarantee you, if the Mets would have made big moves, it would have stopped the Braves in their tracks from making all the moves that they did. The Soler, the Duvall, the Rosario, a whole new outfield. Because the Mets let them come back into this race in the division. There should be no reason why this Braves team should be contending in 2021. The Mets destroyed their chances by not playing well, but also the front offense not trusting their team, not believing in them to give them the help they need. That's what pisses me off. So there's my rant, guys. Right before the game. Transistor, you're welcome, buddy. Unfortunately, we're not going to have no more games streamed with the Mets because, well, they're a disappointment. But the good news is this channel is still going to be running. Still going to be going forward. Off-season moves, CBA. I will be doing postseason games, random postseason games. I will be doing any playing games that are going to happen, and I will be doing the wild card games. So hopefully we have some fun doing that. So don't forget, just because you're a Mets fan doesn't mean you guys can't tune in. It will be fun watching playoff games. And you know what? Even though I want the Mets in it, when the Mets are not in it, there's no stress for a Met fan. We get to watch it, enjoy the game, let the other fans worry, watch the players squeeze the bat a little tighter, maybe make an error because they're a little nervous. All that will actually be a lot of fun. So hopefully you guys tune in. Transistor, absolutely. I will be making all types of videos. There's a lot of videos to talk about. There's talk about who the Mets are going to keep, who the Mets are going to get, who's the Mets GM, who's the Mets president of baseball operations, CBA. There's a lot of news. So there will be a lot of videos over the offseason. So don't worry about that, including a lot of live streams. You know, when something big happens, if the Mets hire a front office guy, I'll go live. So, Michael Z, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Please hit on that like button. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. Met game's about to start in 2 minutes. You already know, guys. I will be putting it up on MLB.com. The game day on MLB.com. We can watch the game, talk about it, and we'll go from there. Michael Z, who you picked for the Fall Classic? Now, granted, nothing's really determined yet. There's a lot of teams that I would pick that might not be in it. But let me see. If I have to choose at this moment, I would say the Rays. The Rays and the Giants. That would be a fun World Series, right? Nobody cares about the Rays. The Giants got a big fan base, but I think it would be a good series. You know, two really good teams. You know, the freaking Giants can end up with 107 wins. That's insane. But Giants and Rays, that's my prediction. And I'm going to do a video on my prediction when the playoff is all set. All the teams are set. I'm going to do a predictions and go on from there and then pick my teams. I might change my mind because there might be a team that might be, you know, St. Louis is very interesting. They're very hot. And we know how a hot team in the playoffs can do big things. You know, I'm interested in Seattle if they make it. So we got to wait and see. All right, Transistor, what are the chances of Epstein? I think it's a 50-50 chance. Honestly, I think that's a great odds. So I'm going to put on the game day right now. Let me just fix it. All right. So I'll keep the games up on top, guys. so we can watch what's going on. Obviously, these games, Boston, San Francisco, the Yankees, obviously are important games. Toronto's already winning 1-0, so Toronto's, like they win there. They're basically, they gotta look. If Boston wins and the Yankees wins, it doesn't matter what Toronto and Seattle does. It'll be Toronto, Yankees and Boston in the wild card. So the game's about to start, guys. So I'm gonna leave it as that. And there you go. So obviously Nimmo's leading off. Morton, the game didn't start yet, guys, so don't worry. It's gonna start just now. But yeah, I think it's a 50-50 chance with Epstein. I don't know if he wants to be underneath Sandy Alderson. But again, money talks. It's going to be hard to get him away from the MLB offices, but you just never know. You really don't know. I'm going back and forth with the football games. So I'm not really watching the Mets game live as much. So I'll be with you guys on the game day, giving you updates there. But I will be tuning on to the game every now and then to see what's going on. I got I'm watching the red zone so I can watch all the games. What is your favorite Mets memorabilia property that I own? Let's see. Oh boy, I got a lot. Um, hmm, that's a great question. I got so much stuff. I don't actually have it with me anymore, but when years ago when I lived with my dad, he uh he had a Mookie Wilson signed autograph with the picture with Buckner. Everybody knows that famous picture. He got it signed by Mookie and Buckner, and that was one of my favorite memorabilia that I have. We hung it up on the wall. It was basically our man cave, our room that we watched all the games and had a lot of posters, pictures, and all that stuff. That was one of my biggest prized possessions. That was really awesome, actually. But that's one of them. But what I have at the moment, I do have a autographed Jacob DeGrom jersey, so that's cool. That's one of the recent ones. I would have to really think about it because I have so much crap. But yeah, that's two of the ones. The Mookie Wilson button. Yo, how about my Cowboys destroying Carolina, baby? Another touchdown. Prescott is a beast. 3-0 Carolina. Get out of here. That's what I'm talking about. All right, guys. So the game has started. It's a 2-1 count to Nimmo. Well, Michael, the Jets just went ahead. I think they win in 10-9, right? Oh, the Tennessee just scored. Never mind. Sorry. But hey, listen, Michael, when it comes to the Jets, they're the youngest team in the league. They got a lot of growing pains. But let Zach Wilson get into his own. Let them get more players in there, and we'll see. Yes, Omar. Last game on a Sunday afternoon with all the games starting around the same time. I love it. So right now, so far, Toronto's leading 1-0, guys. Obviously, the games to watch for is the Yankees, Tampa Bay, Washington, Boston, San Francisco, San Diego, and the Dodgers and whoever the hell the Dodgers are playing. I don't even know. And the Dodgers in Milwaukee. So that's going to be a tough game for them. So that's the games that we watching, taking a look at. Obviously, the Met game as well. So there's one out. Lindor is up right now in a 1-2 count. And now there's two outs. Hey, listen, we're here. We're here for all the games because of the game. All the games are on right now. It's a lot of fun because you got to see what's going on, who's gonna win, what's gonna happen. It's crazy. Yeah, Michael. I'm a Cowboys fan. I mean, I don't have much luck either, but Jets and Mets are tough. Oh, Zach Wilson with a downfield to Corey Davis. Oh, that's a pass interference. Sorry, I know it's baseball, but I'm watching a Jet game right now, and pass interference on Corey Davis. So Zach Wilson finally throws the ball downfield, and they got a pass interference call. Omar, I am a football fan. I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. The Jets played a good game today. Defense played very well. 17 points only to the Titans. Wilson played a little better, but the Jets defense has played well. And by the way, guys, the Giants suck. The New York Giants, by the way. Oh, Wilson almost threw an interception. No, Jets ain't winning anymore. Tennessee just went ahead 17-10 in the fourth quarter, 12:55 to go. So, guys, so far, Michael Conforto was up, 2-2 count, and he strikes out. Top of the first is over, guys. So, again, guys, obviously we're here with the Met game, but we're also going to look at the other scores right now. Toronto is leading Baltimore 2-0 in the first inning. First and third, one out for Toronto. The Red Sox in the top of the second got first and second, nobody out. And the Yankees and Rays are tied, no score, in the top of the second. Oh, Wilson made another nice throw to Crowder. Wow, look at that. Who would have thought the New York Jets would have a win before the New York Giants, if possible? So it looks like Toronto is not playing games. They want to make the playoffs, but again, they don't have the faith in their own hands. They can win the game, and all they need is the Yankees or the Red Sox to lose. So they got options. They need one of them to lose to have a playing game. I'll take a nice touchdown for Corey Davis for my fantasy. Very interested to see what Syndergaard looks like. Touchdown, Jets, just Crowder. Wilson to Crowder. Touchdown, Jets. Could be a tie game right now with 11:30 to go. Guys, I'm in the running for 100,000. That's what I'm talking about. Well, that's a good job. It's nice to see Wilson play good. So let's check the Mets. Push this on right now. All right. See what Syndergaard got. He just threw a strike to Soler. And Soler hits a home run. So Syndergaard threw a fastball. It didn't get through yet. There we go, guys. So Soler hits a leadoff home run from a fastball from Syndergaard. As you can see on the screen, that was right down the middle. Couldn't be any more right down the middle. And the Mets are already down. Yeah, I mean, no matter how hard you throw, fastball right down the middle, a major league hitter is going to hit it. And look, a Braves trade deadline pickup provides the offense. Pisses me off. So Freddie Freeman is up right now. No outs. Bottom of the first. Noah Syndergaard just gave up a solo home run to Soler for a leadoff home run. And Freeman pops one up to left. Should be a can of corn for Dom. And one out. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button. Please don't forget to hit on that like button. New to the channel, say what's up in the chat. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. Don't be shy. Channel will still be going on after this season ends. Live streams for playoff games, division series, championship series, wild card, playing games, all that fun stuff will be happening on this channel throughout the playoffs. And then we get into the Mets news and all that fun stuff as well, which is more important to us than the playoffs, as long as the Yankees don't win the World Series. That's all we care about, right, guys? Yeah, Blue Jays are not playing games. And Albies hits a shot down the line. It looks like it's going to be a double. Ground rule double with one out. So it's going to be first, second, and third with one out. Excuse me. A guy on second with one out. I saw a 96, and I think this one was, let me see, also 96. So he's not throwing that hard. So Syndergaard, you know what? Syndergaard's facing a team that can hit. Albies, Freeman, Duvall, Riley. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's true, Bill. I agree with that. But I'm going to check Noah Syndergaard's speed right now. So when he throws his next pitch, if he throws a fastball. So he threw a changeup just now, 87. So that's not too bad for a changeup. But again, if he has 10 miles an hour from his fastball and changeup, that's more than enough. So I want to see his fastball speed. .95 on this last fastball. Not bad, not great. Not the 97, 98 that we usually see, but again, he's got to build up his arm strength as well. So we got a 1-2 count to Riley. Albies is on second with one out. Bottom of the first, guys. And Riley hits a base at the left field. Dominic Smith, Albies is coming home. Dominic Smith throws home, and it's short, and Albies scores. And Riley is safe at second base, but he's probably out at second. It looked like he was out, but it was close. But Albies does score. It is 2-0 Braves. It could be 2 outs. Riley looked like he was out, but the umpire called him safe. So we'll see if there's a replay. So Noah Syndergaard threw a changeup right down the middle. Riley hit it off the end of the bat to left field. Dominic Smith, he should have nailed him, but yeah, I think Riley is out by a mile. It's not even close. He's out. So Rojas is challenging, probably his last challenge as a New York Mets manager. So what I saw in the replay, Albie should have been out at home. Dominic Smith had the ball before Albie's touched third base. Dom Smith doesn't have a good arm either. So another reason why you're playing guys out of position that are not suited for that position. Dominic, any good left fielder who's an outfielder would have gunned out Albies at the plate. This is what you see. Ron Washington, the third base coach, he knew Dom Smith doesn't have a good arm, and Albies with the good speed. Just like that, it's 2-0 Braves, bottom of the first, with 2 outs. Crazy, 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 guys. So it's a pop up looking like they get out of the inning. It looked like when Villar is going to get it in 3 outs. So the Braves scored 2 runs on a home run by Soler and a double by Albies and a base hit that scores Albies. So 2-0 Braves going into the second. So going around the scores right now, guys, Toronto was winning 3-0 against Baltimore. So Toronto is playing no games. Top of the third in New York. Tampa Bay got first and third with 1 out. So Tampa Bay is actually threatening to score some runs against the Yankees. Haha. San Francisco is no score with San Diego. Boston no score with Washington. And Washington got a man on second with nobody out. Yeah, Hayden, when it comes to Syndergaard and his breaking pitches, I don't know. Like, there's just, I don't know, guys. I really don't know. It's very odd to me with this. Just give me a second, guys. I just got to fix something. Sometimes okay, there we go. Sometimes I hit my mouse and it kind of zooms in a weird way. And for some reason with a Mac, I have a hard time unzooming when you touch the mouse. And the Apple mouse is just annoying and sensitive. But yeah, I'm kind of nervous with that. But I don't think the Mets wanted him to throw a slider or a curveball this year. I think he's going to do it during spring training. I just think they want to be very careful with him and make sure that if he is a Met next year, that coming into spring training, he'll be healthy so we can start throwing him. And that's what I'm hoping for. But we don't know until we see it. Yeah, he's not a left fielder. It's just that simple. You play a guy that's out of position who's not an outfielder, never played outfield in his life, and a career first baseman, and you put him in the outfield, you can't expect much. Oh, really? 50-yard touchdown? I didn't even see that. I got the Mets on. Oh, wow. Well, that's big. I have let's see. Wow, wow, wow. That actually hurt me in fantasy right now. So I'm not happy about that. But I understand people are. But I still got a running back at 4 o'clock. So the Jets are winning. The Jets are going to get a win before the Giants. That's insane. Very insane to me. But the Giants are coming back. They're losing by 4 points. I mean, 3 points. So see if Alonso can do some damage here. Alonso hits a shot deep to left center field. It's not enough. Damn it. It wasn't close, guys. Sorry. It looked like he hit it good, but 1 out. So a little bit of news. If you see it on your screen, the Nationals took a 1-0 lead over the Red Sox in the second. But again, the Yankees and the Red Sox, they guaranteed at least one playing game if they lose. It's just a matter of who they would play. So they're not out of the playoffs if they lose, but they're gonna have to use an extra pitcher to win a playing game just to get to the wild card game. So again, Toronto's making some noise. Like I said, Toronto and Seattle needs the Red Sox or the Yankees to lose, one of them, to have a tiebreaker. And Dominic Smith grounded to the pitcher, so 2 outs. See if Jonathan VR can do something right now. Hey, listen. I'm not even looking at runs at this point. I just want to make sure he gets out of this damn thing healthy. Well, we already know they're done, Fernando. I don't know if Syndergaard is washed. I mean, for all purposes, he might end up being a bullpen if he can't pitch as a starter. If he can't throw his slider and curveball, he has to be a bullpen guy with his fastball and changeup. There's no reason you can't have a fastball and changeup and be a starter. It's very dangerous. And VR strikes out, so going to the bottom of the second, 2-0 Braves. Going around the league once again, because that's what's important right now. Washington winning 1-0 over Boston. Bottom second, they got first and second with 2 outs. San Francisco, San Diego, bottom three. San Francisco got a guy in second with 1 out, no score. Tampa Bay and the Yankees, still no score in the top of the third with 2 outs. Toronto is the only one that is actually winning in their game. 3-0 over Baltimore. And let's check. There's a couple of more games. St. Louis don't really matter. Top 3, Milwaukee and LA, no score, which is also important. Dodgers win, Giants lose. There will be a tiebreaker game to see who wins the division. Whoever loses got to play the St. Louis Cardinals in a wildcard game, guys. Very interesting. Hot team there. Let's go Rays. Tyone's pitching well for the Yankees. A little surprised. Just let me and Seattle are getting beaten 3-0. Angels against Seattle. So Seattle at home with the big crowd is falling apart. All they have to do is win and have the Yankees or the Red Sox lose. So they're already in a hole in the top of the second, guys. Oh boy. Here we go. All right. Very interesting, guys. Very interesting. So, due up for the Braves. Rosario, Darno, Swanson. Trevor Williams is on the mound, so that was it for Syndergaard. 1 inning, 2 runs, 3 hits. And that is the season for Noah Syndergaard. There you go, guys. Not much going on in the Mets game, guys. It's kind of a damn. Is the season over yet? I'm a little shocked by the Seattle game, guys. Four nothing Angels in the top of the second. So Rosario strikes out. Trevor Williams got the first strikeout of the inning. A little shocked, guys. A little shocked with Seattle. But again, I really don't want to see Seattle in the playoffs. I don't want to see Kelenic. I really don't. I don't want to see Flexen, Seawall. I don't want to see these guys. I really don't. Jose, I do play the show. I do. I don't play online much. I like to just play my seasons. Somebody told asked me in one of the in the comments in one of my videos if I do like play the show all the season and stream it. I don't do that, but I don't know if you guys are interested in that. If you want me to play the season during the off season and see what the Mets record would have been in a video game, I guess I don't know. It's up to you guys if you want me to do it. I don't play it as much as I do. I don't have a lot of time, but I do play the show. So Trevor Williams looking good. 2 outs already in the bottom of the second. Braves lead 2-0. Yeah, Jose. I don't mind doing it. I just got to make sure I get some viewers with that. What I could do it live, but I could also record it and then do it that way. But we'll see. We got a whole off season, 6 months until the season. But hey, once again, guys, I will be doing a live stream for the playing games if there's any, and the wild card games. And I will do right when the season ends. I will do a post prediction or check out my predictions for the divisions that I did in the beginning of the season. I'll go over that to see how I did. And then I will post when we know all the teams in the playoffs, including the wild card. I will do my predictions all the way up to the World Series and choose my teams in the World Series and choose the winner. So hopefully you guys tune in for that and we have some fun because it's going to be a fun off season, guys. Unfortunately. And the Mets are out of the inning. So 1-2-3 for Trevor Williams going to the top of the third. Check out the Giant game. They get down by 3 with a minute 55. Giants got the ball. So we'll check that out. So going around the league again, guys. Top of the 3, Washington leads Boston 1-0. Boston got a man on first with 2 outs. San Francisco probably going to win the division if they keep this lead 2-0. Bottom of the second. Yankees, Rays, still no score, top of the fourth. Toronto is playing no games, winning 5-0. And to go a little further, Angels lead Seattle 4-0. And Galladay made a nice catch. That's the guy I need for my fantasy, baby. Keep on throwing it to him. So far, it looks like Seattle's the only one that's having a hard time trying to keep pace in this playing situation, but they got to win. But if they lose, it does not matter. So Peraza, Mazika, Williams is the next 3 batters for the Mets going to the top of the third, 2-0 Braves. Yeah, you know what? Seattle just got hot, and look, they even traded bullpen pieces, and they still did good. Their pen is strong. Yeah, I mean they got a good solid team. I mean they're gonna win. I mean if they lose today, they have 90 wins right now. They can have 91 wins if they win. 90 wins for a team that wasn't expected to do anything. Had a 2% chance of making the playoffs in the beginning of the year. So that's good to them. You know what? They're going to build on that. And watch out for them because they might spend some money. That's why you got to watch out for Stroman. You got to watch out for a lot of. Conforto might be an interesting choice there. You know, he's from that area. You know, that hometown kid. Nobody's talking about it. Conforto could go to Seattle. They could spend their money. They need outfielders. So it's a 1-2 count to Peraza. And a ball in play. It looks like a base hit for Peraza. Yeah, Christian. You know what? I'm gonna do a video with Conforto about possible places he can go. The Giants tied the game with the field goal with 32 seconds to go, guys. Yeah, that's a big possibility. You know, I only thought about that the other day because you know Seattle got Haniger, they got Kelenic and guys like that. But Conforto would be a big piece. They could put Kelenic in center. You know, Haniger can go to left, Conforto in right. That's a dangerous team, man. Yeah, they might do that too, Christian, about Seager, for sure. All right, guys. So once again around the league, since the Mets suck and nothing really exciting is happening, Washington's leading Boston in the bottom of the third. San Francisco's leading San Diego 2-0. Tampa Bay and the Yankees still no score. First and second, one out for Tampa Bay. So watch out for that. Baltimore scored a run. It's still 5-1 Toronto. Seattle got a run back. It's 4-1 Angels, and it's bottom of the second. They got time to come back. They got a guy on first with nobody out. And the Dodgers have no score against Milwaukee. And a strikeout. So it looks like that's an out. Yep. One out. Trevor Williams is up. Oh yeah, Christian. He could play left field. That's for sure. So Trevor Williams is batting very interesting. Staying alive a little bit. So the Rays got second and third with 2 outs. I just turned on the Yankee game. See what's going on there. We got a Wendell up. It's a ground ball. Nice play by Torres. Oh, he made a nice play. So they're going to the bottom of the foot. Made a nice play. Michael K is having an aneurysm on a play, which was not a very hard play, but it was a good play. Nothing great. The Yankees don't even have a hit yet, so you know. Interesting to see if Seattle's doing anything right now. They did get a run. Let's see. Still, I'm gonna change it over to Seattle just now, guys. See what's going on there. I don't know if you guys want me to change around the games in game day. Let me know in the comments. Obviously the Mets game does not matter. So if you want to change over to other games, let me know in the comments, guys. And we'll see what's going on and see what other teams are doing right now. Right now, I got the Seattle and Angel game right now. It's they got guy on first with nobody out, and they did score a run. Thanks, Karen. So as you can see, I got the Angels game on and Seattle game right now. I'm gonna change over to other games as well, but we'll see what Seattle's doing. Then I'll go to Boston, the Yankees, and we'll go on and on from there. Phillies, Marlins, just like the Mets and Braves, nobody cares. Yankees finally got their first hit. Torres with the hit, bottom of the fourth. Of course, Michael Walker was throwing gave up no hits through the first 3 innings. So see if Seattle can come back against the Angels. It's only the second inning, so they got a lot of time. Now, Austin Meadows made a nice play. That's a play where K should get excited for, but he won't. He got a little excited. I'll give him that. But that was a great play by Austin Meadows. A little blooper between left center field, and he made a nice catch. So Washington's threatening in the bottom of the third against Boston. First and second, nobody out. We're gonna go to that game right now, guys. Nationals are threatening. You got Juan Soto out. Boston doesn't have to win per se, because Boston is guaranteed at least a playing game tomorrow. To win, if they win, they're guaranteed to at least have a chance to be in the wild card game if one of the teams lose, Seattle or Toronto. But the only team that's taking care of business is the Toronto Blue Jays at the moment. So Chris Sale is struggling a little bit. So San Francisco's leading 2-1. San Diego to get a run. Aaron Judge is at the plate right now with a guy on first. Once again, guys, we are going around the league today because every game is played at the same time. Very important games. Obviously, the Mets game, this is a Mets channel, but the Mets game really doesn't mean nothing. So to see what's going on, playoff implications, there's a lot of games. Boston, San Francisco, Tampa, Yankees, Toronto, Dodgers, Giants, Seattle, a lot of teams. No vodka. Whiskey. No, it's just water, unfortunately. Even though today starts my weekend. Monday and Tuesday is my days off from work, so which is perfect because Monday there might be playing games and Tuesday's the wild card game, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm going all over the place. I'm changing channels. I got my tablet on one side with the football games. I got the Yankee game on right now. Game day, I got the Red Sox game, so I'm just going all over the place. So bases loaded, 1 out for Washington. Sorry about that loud noise, guys. And Judge strikes out. Ugh. Judge has been good this year, but I can't stand Judge. More because he's a Yankee. Michael Walker making the Yankees look silly, but couldn't pitch well for the Mets. What else is new? He goes to the Rays and he finds himself, just like everybody else. Every pitcher who goes to the Rays or Houston, figure it out. It's amazing. All right, so it's still 1 out for Washington in the bottom of the third. Boston is losing 1-0. All right, guys, we're going to check the other game and see what's going on. Seattle is making a run. We're going to go to Seattle just now, guys. They just scored another run. It's 4-2 Angels in the bottom of the second. So there is some life in those Mariners in the Northwest of the United States, guys. I wish I could watch the Seattle game. I want to see our guys, It's basically the Mets of the West Coast on that team, man. Yep. Yeah, that's why I don't like Judge. I don't like Judge because he's a Yankee, but he's a really good player. He stays healthy. He can be an MVP candidate for sure. I'm telling you right now, guys. I really think there's going to be a 4-team tie. I think the Red Sox are going to lose. I think the Yankees are going to lose, and I think Seattle and Toronto is going to win, which is going to make a 4-way tie. See if Seattle can make it very interesting, guys. Yeah, yeah, I know. It was a lot of fun yesterday, actually, watching that game on MLB Network. And the Yankees did not score in the bottom of the fourth. Walker is shutting down the New York Yankees, guys. Going to the top of the fifth. No score. Yankees, Rays. Yeah, Christian, exactly. That's another interesting. Everybody was so focused on the American League, a wild card, that nobody talked about the Dodgers and Giants. Giants lose, Dodgers win. They got to play a playing game to see who wins the division, and whoever loses got to play in a wild card game against the hottest team in baseball in the St. Louis Cardinals. Very interesting. All right, so the the Mariners made it a little close, 4-2 going to the top of the third. So they're back in the game. Let's check out the other game, see what Boston is doing. Washington did score, so it's 2-0 Washington in the bottom of the third. So Boston is really, really making it interesting. Sale is out of the game. Sawamura is in the game, so Sale has struggled against a depleted Nationals team. But you know what? The Nationals are showing some fight, not sitting down. Boston is not taking advantage of a bad Nationals team. Toronto is. So again, Toronto is the one team that is making sure they're taking care of their own business. Because if they win, they have to have Boston or the Yankees lose. And at the moment, right now, if Toronto wins, they will play a playing game with. See, what I'm interested to look at is if Toronto, Boston, and the Yankees all have the same record and they're tied, and it's a three-way tie. Who plays who first? Do the Red Sox and the Yankees play first, and the loser plays Toronto? I haven't seen much information about that, but if you guys know, let me know. The Giants actually won. Wow, they did win. How about that? Giants got their first win. Jets probably going to get their first win. Oh, the Tennessee Titans tied the game against the Jets. Oh, interesting. It's going to go to overtime. Alrighty, guys, let's check the other games out. So they got out of it with only one run getting scored for Nationals. So 2-0 Washington going to the top of the fourth. Sorry. San Francisco still leading 2-1. They got first and second with one out. Yankees was put on the Yankee game right now. Yeah, it would be crazy. 100-win team might actually, but you know what? I don't mind that because you know what? Even though it sucks, at the end of the day, that's why winning your division is so important. And you know what? If you have another team that's very good, what can you do? It just happens. Can't really do much about it. So it's 3-0 Braves, by the way, if anybody cares. So the Jets and the Titans are going to overtime. Giants won, Jets going overtime. So Jets never make it easy. Gonna have myself a cracker. And the Jets are getting the ball first, guys. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Rojas. Look, Rojas is the guy. He's a professional guy. He's gonna take the hits, but he's a nice guy. He's an organizational guy. He came up through the system, which I always like. By the way, he's not ready. That's it. And he's an organizational guy. He listens to everybody. That's the thing. What they say, he does. But when he does make his own moves, they fail. He's just not ready yet, and that's okay. But he shouldn't be managing this team after this year. So, and Toronto looking like they're gonna run away with the game, and with Boston losing, they are in prime position to be playing in the playing game on Monday. Oh boy. Toronto is not playing games, guys. I'm telling you right now, if I'm the Yankees or the Red Sox, I do not want to play Toronto because they can bash you into a win. They can score a lot of runs. And their pitch is not great, but it's not bad either. See, the good thing about the Jets still being in overtime right now, I got Derrick Henry in my fantasy, so I need him to get going a little bit here. Even though I want the Jets to win because of my dad, but no, Bill, I think his whole well, you know what, you're right. I think he would be a better manager if they let him do what he wants to do. But I don't think he can mix analytics and his gut when he needs to. I think he gets confused in that situation. I think that's why he's had so many issues. Yeah, Christian, I don't blame the Yankees. They have a better chance of beating the Sox in Fenway than they do the Jays at in Toronto. So at the Rogers Center. So I don't blame them. So Tampa Bay didn't score going to the bottom of the fifth. So let's check out the other game. Let's see what the Angels in Seattle are doing right now. So the Mets are losing 5-0 now. If anybody cares, guys. Christian, I don't know if he's all analytics. I think he's told to use the analytics, and I think sometimes he tries to go against it and it backfires on him. But he's definitely using analytics because the team's telling him to. Yeah, I don't think he's good at using analytics. That's the thing. I just think he's very iffy when it comes to that. I think he just has a lot of problems when it comes to figuring out should he go the analytical route or go the gut route. And I feel like he's too much in between. And you can't have a manager too in between. But that's what happens when you have an inexperienced manager who's trying to prove himself and learning on the job. That's why I want an experienced guy. If that's Bob Melvin, some people talked about, is that Buck Showalter. There's other guys that are probably going to be on the list of managers that we're going to look at. Obviously, I want to see who the Mets are going to start interviewing, and then I'll probably have a better idea on who I would actually want, because there might be a few guys that might be, I don't want, maybe some bench coaches around the league too that have a lot of experience that never managed before but have been a bench coach. That's not a bad idea either, but we have to see the list of what the Mets are going to interview. Yeah, well, we all talked about that. Guillaume was batting 250, 260 against left-handers when Almora was batting 100. So it didn't make sense. And then the other time when JD Davis pinch hit against the Marlins, or didn't pinch hit against the Marlins, against Bender because of the pitch angle. And then the next day he pitch hits JD Davis against Bender. So it's things like that where it doesn't make sense. And he forced the issue sometimes. Like that game with JD Davis where he decided not to pinch hit, he used analytics in that spot. Righty lefty. Or I think he went with his gut, went righty lefty. And the next day he went with analytics, I guess with numbers. So it's just crazy. I don't know if he's not cut off for New York. I just think he's not ready to be a manager yet. This is that simple. And some guys are not. But you know what? I appreciate a guy who comes up through the organization as a manager, as a coach, and gets the opportunity. Obviously, Rojas got the opportunity because Beltran was fired. He would have probably never got the opportunity otherwise. Because if the Mets liked him that much, he would have got chosen over Beltran in the first place. But, he wasn't ready. Everybody thought Gabe Kapler was a joke. He goes to San Francisco, and they got 106 wins the following year. So sometimes, it could be the team you have. It could be his coaching skills. Because Gabe Kapler is analytical as you can get. So it's just a matter of there's a lot of moving parts with that. So let's go to the Yankee game. Boston did score a run, guys. So it's four. I'm sorry, it's the top of the fourth. 2-1 Washington. So right now the Yankees are in the bottom of the fifth. And it looked like they just got into a double play because they did have a guy on first, so there's 2 outs. So Walker is shutting down the Yankees still. Still got 1 hit. Oh, Bob Melvin? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. He's a good manager, but like you said, he might not be cut off for New York. You know, Arizona, Oakland, not big markets, not a lot of pressure. He did win a World Series. He's took Oakland teams that nobody thought would do anything to 85, 90 wins, making the playoffs over the couple of years. So he's not a bad manager, but look, I'm not going to be mad if they get Bob Melvin as the manager. Would I rather Buck Showalter? Yeah. But I think the mistake the Mets cannot make is to not hire an inexperienced guy for the manager position. We need somebody with experience. Like I said, if it's a bench coach that is highly regarded, I will accept that. But I can't have a guy who's never been in the dugout because he interviews well and now he's going to be the manager. I cannot deal with that crap again. Well, the Jets are making a run for the game winner. Yeah, you know what, Christian? Speaking, you've been talking about it. It's too laid back. Bob Melvin reminds me of Art Howe. Again, another Oakland guy. He wasn't cut out. He was too nice of a guy for the East Coast, for New York. And I think Bob Melvin will probably have the same issue. Even though Bob Melvin is a much better manager than Art Howe was highly regarded when the Mets got him. And everybody thought it was going to be a good move. And it was a disaster. We all know about it. So the Jets are inside the 25 in overtime. All they need is a field goal to win. So the Yankees and Rays are going to the top of the sixth. No score. Yankees still have one hit. Franco, Cruz, and Meadows coming up for Tampa Bay. So we're going to keep it live here with the Yankees and Rays and see if the Rays can score some runs against the Yankees. Thanks, Christian. Yeah, you made me think about it. When you talked about laid back and Bob Melvin, Art Howe just came to mind. Because, those were the Alomar, Burnitz, Mo Vaughn days that were a disaster. And let's be honest, look, let me see, how old was I? What was that, 20 years ago? Jesus. I was in high school during that time. And I thought Art Howe was a great move. He was considered a really good manager in Oakland. He was highly regarded, nice guy, baseball guy. We got all these big-time all-stars, Jeremy Bennett's coming back home to New York, Mo Vaughn at first base, Alomar, all these guys, and they were a complete joke. They sucked. Or how just forgot how to manage. What can you do, right? Looking like the Jets are moving in to the end zone, guys. I think they're inside the 10, maybe the 15. Yep, they're around at the 10-yard line right now, guys. So, Lauren, what do you mean? Who am I rooting for? How you doing? Thank you, Lauren, so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you don't mind, can you please hit on that like button and subscribe to my channel? I really appreciate it. Lauren, are you a Met fan, Yankee fan, another fan of baseball? I'm curious. I always like new people coming in to see who they root for. Because, like I said, this channel is it is for the Mets, but I love having other fans from other teams. It's always interesting to me. I am a Mets fan. But I don't want the Yankees to win. I guess, I have that Mets fans bias, but that's okay. Because nobody really likes the Yankees unless you're a Yankee fan. And Yankee fans are the worst, by the way. And Lauren, if you are, I'm sorry. I'm just, from my experience, they are. So Tampa Bay is up at bat right now. Franco is up. Wander Franco is up. The top prospect of the Rays. See if he can do some damage against Clay Holmes. And Wilson is back. He had the touchdown right there. Ooh. Ooh. Crosstown rivalry, absolutely, Karen. And the Jets almost got a touchdown, but they're at the 1 yard line. Third down and goal. So we'll see if the Rays can get something going here in the top of the sixth. Full count to Franco. And if you look up at the scoreboard, guys, with the other games, Washington got a guy on second with 1 out, leading 2-1 in the bottom of the fourth. Toronto is just killing Baltimore, as we see there. San Francisco is taking a 7-1 lead, so San Francisco does not want to give away that division, and I don't blame them. So it's looking like San Francisco has a pretty good chance of winning that division, and it could be the Dodgers and Cardinals. Seattle is still losing 4-2. They got a man on second with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. And Wanda Franco got out, so it's 1 out in the top of the sixth for the Rays. And Nelson Cruz is at bat, the Yankee killer. Yep. So unfortunately, we might not have a playing game for the West. But the Yankees and Red Sox are making it very interesting. That's for sure. And I love it. And just so everybody knows, uh, the people who did not want George Springer on the Mets, talk about how clutch this guy is. Leadoff home run to start the game. I'm telling you guys, George Springer was one of the bigger mistakes that the Mets did not get for that extra year and no 20 million. He's a clutch player. And if Toronto gets in that wild card or playing game, I guarantee you he's going to be the big star of the game. Guaranteed. Come on, Nelson. Let's go. Bury the Yankees. And the Jets did not score a touchdown, but they're going to go for a field goal. And if they get the field goal, that means Tennessee has the chance to tie the game or win it. See if the Jets can make the field goal. And he got the field goal. And there's 2 outs. So Nelson Cruz did not do no damage. So Austin Meadows is up. Of course, Karen. Fingers crossed. So it looks like Chad Green is coming into the game for Austin Meadows. And it's the bottom of the fourth in Washington. It's still 2-1, 2 outs. So it looks like they got that double play. So that's good for Boston, keeping it a 2-1 game at the moment. San Francisco is beating up the Padres, looking like they're going to hold on to that division lead to win the division. Toronto's still up 9-1 in the bottom of the fourth. So Toronto looks like they are at least giving themselves a chance if Boston or the Yankees lose to play tomorrow in that playing game. Seattle, we're going to go into the Seattle game right now. We're going to check it really quick. Still 4-2 top of the second. After the inning is over for the Rays Yankees, we're going to go right to the Seattle Angels game in the top of the fourth. A lot of craziness on Twitter right now, guys. So taking a long time to update it here, but I think Gio Urshela made a nice play. And Gio Urshela is hurt. He dove into the dugout of the Rays and makes the catch. But he might be hurt. He did make the catch. So I'm going to turn over to the Angels and Seattle game for you guys. Just give me a second. Let it load. There you go. So he makes the catch and goes right into the dugout, down the steps. He catches it, makes a great catch, and goes right into the Seattle dugout. And he runs right into the seats. Ooh, ouch. Hopefully he's not really hurt. Oof. He ran full speed into the dugout. They're tending to him right now, so he's definitely hurt. I mean, he was running full speed ahead. Makes a great catch. But he looked like he's getting up. The race is clapping. So hopefully he is okay. He's not really seriously injured. Because that was dangerous, man. No regard for his body. I like those type of players, man. He's coming out of the dugout, guys. He is okay. He's limping, but he looks like he's okay. So right now the Angels are up. There's 2 outs. Still 4-2 Angels. So looking like I'm going to turn over to Boston right now, guys. They got first and second, 1 out in the top of the fifth. So they're making a move, threatening in the top of the fifth to see if the Boston can tie the game or go ahead. If anybody cares, the Mets are losing 5-0 in the bottom of the fourth. It's going to the top of the fifth now. So it's 5-0 Braves. So the Mets are losing 5-0, guys, if anybody cares. So we'll stay on this Boston game, see if Boston can do some damage. They go into the bottom of the sixth in New York. Tampa, New York tied 0-0. Going to the bottom of the sixth after the Giro Scheller. Great catch, running into the Rays dugout and hurting himself, but he made the catch. Did not care about his body. That's what you like to see with a player. All right, so it's second and third, one out for Boston. So they're really threatening. 2 men in scoring position. Big opportunity to take the lead or tie the game, guys, with Schwarber up at the plate with 2 outs. The ball is in play. See if Schwarber got the hit. But he gets out, so he moves the runners over, and Xander Bogaerts is up. Yeah, Christian, that's what he they're best buddies. You know, Gio Urshela was in the Cleveland minor league system while Lindor was in Cleveland, so another injury. Oh boy. Jeez. I'm not watching it, Christian, but who got injured in the Dodger game? Oh, Muncy. Uh-oh. That's a big blow to the Dodgers. So it's 2 outs. Bogart's at the plate. Second and third, 2 outs, guys. Boston is threatening with 2 men on. See if they can tie the game or go ahead. As soon as this inning is over, guys, we're going to go right to the Tampa Bay Yankee game since it is the bottom of the sixth and the Yankees are on at the plate. And it's already 1 out in the Yankee game. Oh, that's not good, Christian. Ouch. Well, hopefully he's okay. I hate when guys go down right before the playoffs. That's a big blow to the Dodgers, man. Even though they got a lot of star power, Muncy's one of those guys. The gritty guys, always a clutch hitter. That would be unfortunate if the Dodgers lose him for the playoffs. And they get out of it. Boston does not score. So we'll go to the Rays and Yankee game. Yeah, I remember that with Christian. I remember that, man. Many years ago, I remember that, man. The worst thing the Mets could have done is put Hunley at first base. I mean, Floyd's arm. I'm sorry. That's what I meant. So Tennessee is on the 31-yard line of the Jets with 32 seconds to go. It's a field goal would tie the game and probably end up in a tie, but a touchdown wins the game. Oh, there's a flag, probably holding. Oh, it's offsides on the Jets. So right now, Odor is at the plate, a 2-2 count. See what he can do. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button, guys. It will be with you until at least until some of the games get really close to the end of the game, one of the games, and we'll see. If anything happens with the AL wild card. And Odor strikes out, so 2 down in the bottom of the 6th for the New York Yankees. Yankees has 1 hit on the day. Anthony Rizzo, big time acquisition at the trade deadline for the Yankees. Turn their season around. See if he can do some damage for the New York Yankees because they haven't been doing nothing. The bullpen of the Rays is something else, man. No matter who they put out there. Walker pitched well through 5 innings, and now they bringing in the bullpen. Every name under the book. It works for some reason. 11-1 Toronto. So Toronto's going to win. So I'm sorry. Torres is at the plate. I'm sorry about that. It's 6-2 Angels now, guys. So Seattle's falling apart at the helm. So it's 4th down for the Titans. It's either they're going to go for a field goal right here. It's going to be a pretty long field goal, about a 50-yarder. Jets can win right here. $49-yard field goal for Tennessee to tie the game. Let's see how that happens. And he misses it. Jets win. Jets win. The Jets and Giants get the first win of the season in week 4. All right, good for the Jets. My dad will be happy. Zach Wilson, first win as a Jets quarterback. Wide left. So Torres is still up at bat. 2-2 count. I'm going to actually turn it on, see what's going on live. Torres has a full count right now, guys. Torres is fighting, fouling off a couple of pitches. Torres fouls off another pitch. Yeah, Karen, Jets win. Giants win. That's an important win for the Giants to keep their season alive, and it's nice to see the Jets get the win, especially at home. Zach Wilson's first game. Solid first win. And Torres walks with 2 outs. So Rizzo is up. Once again, guys, please hit on that like button if you're enjoying the stream. Let's get the stream out to more people. We'll be with you until at least a few of the games end that are important in the last game of the season. Right now, Toronto's looking like they're going to win, praying to Boston or the Yankees lose. As I said earlier, the Angels are winning 6-2 in Seattle, but it's early in the game. It's only the 4th inning. But you know what? Seattle's got to get it going. And Washington is leading 2-1 against the Red Sox in the bottom of the fifth. They got first and second with nobody else, so they're threatening again. The high fly ball looking like they're going to get out of the inning, and they do. Yankees do not score. Going to the top of the seven, no score. Oh boy, guys. So we're going to go to the Boston game right now, guys. Second and third. Nobody out for Washington. Let's go. Look at that. They got to. The Yankees can't score, so I have a feeling the Rays are going to jump out sooner or later. Gotta love it. Really nice to see the Yankees fans suffer a little bit. Makes me feel good, especially at work. Yeah, you know what? I didn't give up on the Mets game, but it's like there's other important games going on. So it's more interesting to look at that and checking on the Mets every now and then to see if they're still losing, which they probably are. And they're losing 5-0 in the bottom of the fifth. So nothing changed. Dodgers are winning, so it really doesn't matter if the Dodgers win because the Giants are winning. So it looks like the Giants are going to hold the division. Toronto's going to win the game 11-1. They're winning on top of the fifth. So Toronto is at least guaranteed a playing game if Boston or the Yankees lose. So the Nationals got bases loaded, nobody out. So Boston is not making it easy, man. I tell you that. Yeah, I'm going to put that game on just now. There we go. There you go, guys. See if so. Choi is up right now. Chad Green is in the game. The guy who loves to give up home runs. So let's see if he can hit it over the short right field wall. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. We are going around the league today, even though this is a Mets channel. There's more important games going on in Major League Baseball in game 162. A lot of implications in the American League wild card. The NL West is still up for grabs. Most likely, it looks like the Giants are going to keep their division lead. And the Dodgers are going to get that NL wild card and play the Cardinals in the wild card game in LA. But a lot to happen right now, guys. And I just saw it cross over my screen. It looked like, let's see. Trey Turner hit a grand slam for LA, but again, it really doesn't matter at this point because the Giants are winning. But again, the Dodgers, keeping it alive. You never know. But it looking like the American League wild card is the place to be at right now. There's 4 games that are big, of utter importance. Yankees and Red Sox win, they're in the wild card game to play each other. One of them lose, Toronto or Seattle get to play in a playing game. And Choi hits a base hit down the line. It looks like it's going to be a double. So it's a lead off double for Choi in the top of the 7th. Let's go. And we got Mike Zunino, the power catcher of the Rays. I think more Mets fans are rooting for the Rays than actual Rays fans. Let's go. I don't know. What's their chance? Let's go Rays. Let's go Rays. Oh boy. Here we go. Mike Zunino. You know what's he's gonna hit a pop fly to right field, and it's gonna hit off Judge's glove for a 2-run homer. I'm calling it. LGR. Anyway, let's go Rangers. But yeah, I'll take it. Mike Zunino at the plate. Chad Green is pitching for the Yankees. First pitch swinging, fouled off. Here we go, guys. So remember, Washington's winning 2-1 with bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th. Toronto is killing Baltimore 11-2. Seattle is losing 6-2 in the 5th or the 4th inning. I think it's the 5th. In the 4th, bottom of the 4th. So Seattle still got time, but they're losing. Seattle, Boston losing. Yankees and Rays are the Yankees and Rays are no score at the moment in the top of the 7th. And that is it at the moment, guys. So Toronto's the only team that is actually winning that has implications for the AL wild card. Mike Zunino swings at a slider. 1-2. I think if Zunino hits a home run, I'm going to do a Gary Cohen call. And Aaron just breaks his hand. And Zunino takes a ball high, 2-2. Well, he stayed healthy this year, Fernando. All right, here we go. The 2-2 pitch coming to Zunino. Chad Green on the mound for the Yankees. Zunino swings and misses. Strike 3, 1 out. That wasn't even a good pitch by Chad Green. It was a hanging slider. Zunino just swung under it. So 1 out. Choi is still on second. And Wendell is coming up to the plate. Once again, guys, Boston is still losing 2-1 with base loaded with 1 out. Toronto is beating Baltimore. 6-2 Angels against Seattle. Giants leading 9-1. Dodgers leading 6-1. Here is Wendell at the plate. Wendell swings at a slider. Strike 1. So it's an 0-2 count to Wendell now. He fouled it off himself. Fouled it off right off the shin. Ouch. All right, 0-2 pitch to Wendell. And he stays alive, fouling it off. Once again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Talking Mets and Rob. Watch Party MLB 162 of the season for every team in baseball. Every game going on right now. AL wildcard implications, many ways things can go about it. The Nationals just added the run, so it's 3-1 Washington. We're looking at the Rays game right now. They got a guy on second with 1 out, and Wendell at the plate with an 0-2 count. And Wendell hits a shot. Judge catches it, a line drive, and Choi does not tag up, so he's at second base still. So Judge did get a ball that was right to him, a little above his head, but he makes the catch. Luckily, he is 6'7", because that ball would have probably been over his head. But he was positioned perfectly. So 2 outs. All right, so Kevin Kiermaier, the veteran of the Rays, can he get it done and bring home Choi? Just an update on the Mets game, guy. The Braves are still winning 5-0 in the top of the 6th. The Mets have 2 outs, so they didn't look like they're not doing anything, which is not shocking. But here we go. Kevin Kiermaier, 2 outs, guy on second. Kiermaier takes a strike, 1-1. Washington scores 2 more runs, 5-1 Washington. So Boston is really making it interesting, giving Toronto a little bit of hope in the playing game for Monday. Boston is really messing things up for themselves. Kevin Kiermaier fouls it off, 1-2. The fans are getting on their feet in Yankee Stadium. No score, top of the 7th, man on second, 2 outs. Yankees, Rays, no score. Fans are on their feet in Yankee Stadium. The most overrated fans in baseball are the New York Yankee fans. Can Kevin Kiermaier get the base hit and score Choi? Toronto's winning 11-2. Seattle is losing in the bottom of the 4th, 6-2. But they got 2 men on with 2 outs. Can the Rays break the Yankees' hearts once again? Fans are on their feet cheering. 1-2 count to Kiermaier. Green sets. Kiermaier takes it high. Ball 2. Yeah, Sox are really screwing themselves, that's for sure. All they have to do is win. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Kiermaier. And he takes it low, ball 3. So obviously Choi on second base is going to go on the pitch. 3-2 count, 2 outs. He's going to be running on the pitch. So a base hit will probably score him. That is a great take by Kiermaier. That was not an easy pitch. Brandon Lau was at the plate on deck, so they want to get Kiermaier. Here we go, 3-2 pitch. Choi is running. Ball 4, first and second, and Brandon Lau, the 3 homers yesterday against the Yankees. The power bat of Lau. Can he come up and really put the nail in the coffin for the New York Yankees? 247, 39 home runs, 99 RBIs. Woo-hoo. Oh, boy. Can the Rays take the lead, guys? What do you guys think? You think they're going to get the hit? Aaron Boone is coming out. Is he changing the pitcher? Or is he going to talk to him? 24 pitches for Green. And he's taking him out. Wow. He's bringing in Loizaga to pitch to Brandon Lau. Very interesting. Oh boy. Here we go. Power against power. Going to commercial. So we'll check out the other games really quick. See if the Mariners can do anything. They do not. They do not score. So it's still 6-2. Angels going to the top of the fifth. Angels have the Toronto Blue Jays are in prime position to have a playing game against whoever loses. If the Yankees win, Red Sox lose, the Red Sox have to face Toronto in a playing game tomorrow. Yankees lose, Red Sox win, Yankees got to face Toronto in Yankee Stadium. Or, excuse me, yes, in Yankee Stadium. So, we shall see. This is getting very interesting, guys. A lot going on. A whole lot going on. So Seattle does not score. It's still 6-2. Washington got 2 outs, but they get 3 more runs. They're leading 5-1 in the bottom of the fifth. San Francisco still leads 9-1, looking like they're going to get that Western Division, Western Division. Even though the Dodgers are winning, it looks like the Dodgers are going to play St. Louis in a wild card game. So we're going to go right back to the Yankee game right now, guys. So Blue Jays winning, Mariners losing, and Red Sox losing. Jonathan Loizaga is the guy coming in with first and second, 2 outs in the top of the seventh to face Brandon Lau. Lau takes a ball outside. One on count to Lau. Loizaga's on the mound, guys. Lau swings and misses out a fastball. And Lau fouls it off. 1-2 count. Here we go again. Another 1-2 count. Can the Rays score a run against the Yankees and put a lot of pressure on them? All right, 1-2 count. Fans are on their feet again. Here we go. And fouls it off. Oh, it's going to stay in play. Yes, it is. And they're out of the inning. Going to the bottom of the seventh, so the Rays do not score. Judge Stanton Gallo in the bottom of the seventh. Interesting. All right, guys, we're going to check out the Mets game because, we all Met fans. See what the hell they're doing. They are losing 5-0. So going around the league one more time, guys. Washington is beating Boston 5-1 in the top of the sixth. San Francisco is beating San Diego 9-1, top of the seventh. Giants looking like they're going to win the NL West, and the Dodgers are going to face the Cardinals in a wild card game. As you just heard and saw, Tampa Bay did not score in the top of the seventh. They're going to the bottom of the seventh. No score there. Toronto looking like they're going to beat Baltimore. And as long as one of the two teams, Yankees or Boston, lose, Toronto will have a playing game tomorrow against the loser of the game, of one of those games. And Seattle is losing 6-2. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. We are watching the Mets, but we're also going around the league, checking all the scores because there is playoff implications for the AL wildcard and the NL West. So it's important to check those games out since they are more important than the Mets game. And there could be a crazy, chaotic playoff play-in for the AL wildcard if things fall in place. If the Red Sox and Yankees lose and Toronto and Seattle wins, they have to play a playing game. If the Yankees and the Red Sox lose and Toronto wins, Yankees got to play the Red Sox to see who's the number one team in the wild card to get the home game. And then whoever loses against the Yankees and the Red Sox plays Toronto to decide the second wild card team. So a lot can happen. So it would be Monday and I think Tuesday, those two playing games. But I'm not 100% sure about the scheduling. So Michael Conforto is up at the plate right now, 2-2 count on top of the seventh. So this could actually be Michael Conforto's last at bat as a New York Met. Very interesting, guys. Very interesting. And Conforto hits one in the gap and gets a base hit. So his last at bat might be a base hit. The last at bat for Michael Conforto as a New York Met, most likely. Kind of sad. Homegrown guy. But you know what? When you don't perform, you don't deserve to be here. It's just that simple. So Pete Alonso was up with nobody out. Conforto on first. Alonso swings the first pitch foul. 12-2 Toronto. Alonso hits one right to the pitcher. Looks like it's going to be a double play, and it is. So 2 down. Tough. All right, turn on the Yankee game, see what's going on there. So you see the Yankee and Rays game right there, guys, on top. I'm going to keep it to the Mets until the inning is over, then we go right to the Yankees and Rays. Judge hits a little squitter to the second baseman, 1 out. So the Yankees got one out, and Giancarlo Stanton is coming to the plate. So Washington is leading the Red Sox 5-1. The Mets just didn't do anything offensively. So it's going to the bottom of the seventh there. We're gonna go right to the Yankees and Rays game. There is one out. Stanton is on at the plate right now. All right, it's a 1-2 pitch to Stanton, guys. And he pops one up, little fly ball right at the mound, and they make the catch. Wendell and Choi collides, but Choi makes the catch. Woof, that was close. That would have been interesting. Once again, guys, the Mets didn't score in the top of the seventh. Still 5-0 Braves. All right, so there's going to be 4 outfielders for the Rays for Gallo at the plate. So 4 outfielders. There's 2 fielders in right field. It's such a joke. I hate the shift. It's so crazy with this. So Joey Gallo took a strike for strike 1. 4 outfielders for the Tampa Bay Rays right now. Strike 2, swings and misses. So 2 strikes. Now, there is all 7 fielders are on the right side except for the left fielder. Amazing. And he strikes out, strike 3. So the Yankees do absolutely nothing in the bottom of the 7, going to the top of the 8th. Jeez. Arozarena, Franco, and Cruz. So going to the Boston game right now, guys. Boston got first and second with 1 out. As soon as it loads. There we go. See if Boston can try to come back in this ball game. It's the top of the 6th, so it's getting a little late for them. Toronto's looking like they're going to win. The Angels still lead 6-2. So let's see if Boston can get some runs on the board here. Show a little bit of heart. So they got first and third with 2 outs for Boston. All right, guys. So Loizaga is still in. Go back to the Yankee game. Randy Rosarena is at the plate right now. And David Robertson is warming up in the bullpen for the Rays. Oh boy. Talk about something ironic, right? See if the Rays can get some runs here in the top of the eighth. Rosarena hits a grounder down the line, and Sanchez cannot grab it, and Rosarena is at first base with an infield single. Oh boy. He would have had him too. Wander Franco is at the plate, nobody out. Rosarena on first. Washington does not score, I don't think. Nope. Boston doesn't score. Once again, guys, we are here watching all the MLB games today. We were watching the Met game, but the Met game doesn't have no implications of playoffs. So we're checking around the league, mostly AL wildcard games, because that is the most important at the moment, because those are the teams that are fighting for two spots. Could be a tie between four teams, three teams. And Rosarena is running, and he's safe. So it's an 0-2 count on Franco, but Rosarena steals second. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. We are checking all the games around Major League Baseball, the important playoff implication games, guys. Right now, we're looking at the Yankees and Rays because the Rays are threatening in the top of the eighth. Guy on second, nobody out. Wander Franco is at the plate right now with an 0-2 count. This is one of the closer games at the moment, so we're going to tune into this and stick around. Wander Franco hits a shot to left field. Gallo makes the catch, and Franco is tagging. And he's safe. He just makes it in at third base, so that was a little close. He tested the arm of Gallo, but he made it to third. And it was close. It was close, but I think he made it in there. Just got the hand in there. It was very close. So guy on third, one out for the Rays, and Nelson Cruz up plate. Most likely, a sac fly can get the run home and give the Rays a 1-0 lead. Infield is in for the Yankees. Nelson Cruz takes the ball. Nice block by Sanchez. Nelson Cruz swings and misses. 1-1. All right, so 1-1 count to Nelson Cruz, 1 out. Arozarena on third. Nelson Cruz swings and misses at a slider. 1-2. Oh boy, oh boy. One of the Loizaga is the Yankees' best bullpen arm. Definitely needs a strikeout here. Uh-oh, that's not good, Christian. And Nelson Cruz takes a ball, 2-2. Damn, the Red Sox are falling apart. Jesus. Overall, this Chapman warming up right now. 14 pitches for Loizaga, so very interesting. Here we go. 2-2 pitch to Nelson Cruz. And he just fouls it off. He's very late to foul that ball off. That would have been strike 3 on the outside corner. All right, 2-2 pitch to Nelson Cruz. Swings and misses, strike 3. What a pitch by Loizaga. So 2 outs, still a Rosarena on third. Nice pitching by Loizaga. Very nice two-seam fastball. Runs over the plate and runs right inside. No way Nelson Cruz can hit that ball. What a play. What a pitch. All right. So they're having a conversation on the mound right now. Are they going to walk Austin Meadows to get the Choi? Tough decision. So a quick update on the Mets, guys. The Mets in the top of the 8th. They're still losing 5-0, and they got 1 out in the top of the 8th. Angels get another run at 7-2 Angels in the bottom of the 5th. So Seattle's chances of playing that playing game are all but lost at the moment. Boston did score a run, so it's 5-2 going to the bottom of the 6th. So, all right, they're going to pitch to Meadows. Can Meadows get Rosarena home for at third with 2 outs? Swinging and miss, Austin Meadows, strike 1. Loizaga is pitching his butt off, guys. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button. We are going around the majors in game 162. Playoff implications in AL wildcard. Yankees, Red Sox, Seattle, and Toronto. Toronto's looking like they're going to win. The Yankees have no score against the Rays in the bottom on top of the 8th. And Austin Meadows fouls it off. 0-2. So Boston is losing 5-2. Seattle's losing 7-2. Yankees there's no score in the Yankee game, top of the 8th. 0-2 pitch coming to Austin Meadows right now with a guy on third. Loizaga is on the mound pitching his butt off right now, guys. So as of right now, the only team dominating it for the AL wildcard is the Toronto Blue Jays, who is leading by 10 runs. So let's see if Loizaga can get out Meadows. Meadows does not take swing at the pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Don't forget, guys, please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. We are going around the majors today on the Mets channel on Talkin Mets and Rob. It is the Mets channel, but more important games are going on right now in majors. So this is what we're checking out right now, guys. Austin Meadows 1-2 pitch here comes from Loizaga. And ball 2 in the dirt. 2-2. Gary Sanchez doing a good job keeping them ball in front of him. Can the Rays get that run home from third base and make it that much harder for the Yankees to win the game? Here we go. 2-2 pitch. Loizaga on the mound. Austin Meadows at the plate. Man, or Rosarena around third. 2-2 pitch coming, guys. And he hits one foul. It's an easy pop up to Judge, and they got out of the inning. That is really good pitching by Loizaga. Very good pitching. All right, going to the bottom of the 8th. No score still. Got Urshela, Gardner, and Sanchez. Jacob, I don't know what you're talking. I don't have no tension. I'm just here on my channel, hanging out. I don't know. Did he say something about me? Because I haven't said a word about him. I'm covering all the games today, Jacob, because at the end of the day, the Mets game means absolutely nothing, and they're losing 5-0. And there's 4 games right now that mean a lot to the playoffs. And the AL wildcard is actually really something right now because it could be a 4-way tie with Boston, the Yankees, Seattle, and Toronto. You know, just because I'm a Mets channel doesn't mean baseball is not important around the league. Because it's game 162, all the games are going on. Let's be honest, the Mets are not making anything interesting right now. You know, I go back and forth to the Met game to check the score for everybody that's watching and for myself, but I'm always all in on the Mets, man. Unfortunately, that's the problem. They got me hooked for life. That's the biggest problem. You know, if you were on my stream earlier, buddy, before the game started and earlier in the game, I was going on about off-season moves, who should be the GM, the president of baseball ops, who the Mets should get, who should go. I was talking all about that stuff. I was ranting on all in the first hour of the stream. It's just, you know, a lot of games are really interesting right now. So, you know, a lot of games are going on right now. But Jacob, I will be doing a lot of live streams during the playoffs for games. So you should check out the stream for sure. I'll be doing the wildcard games. Yeah, I hope not, Jacob. That would be unfortunate because that's the one thing I hate in this world is racism. That's for sure. But let's hope that does not happen, Jacob. Let's hope the only thing he has to worry about is going back and forth with his friends about baseball, the teams he likes. Let's hope that. But I'm also in an interracial relationship as well. I'm white and I have a black girlfriend, so. So, guys, as of right now, Boston is losing 5-2 going to the bottom of the 6th. The Yankees and Rays are still no score going to the bottom of the 8th. Toronto is going probably to win. They're winning by 10 runs. Seattle is losing 7-2 in the top of the 6th. So as of right now, Toronto's the only team that has a very good shot of making that playing game if Boston loses or the Yankees. Yeah, the Yankee game is a little crazy though. So David Robinson is on the mound for the Rays, and Gio Urshela is at the plate. So we're gonna check out the Mets really quick. Well, Jacob, it's possible. If I mean, if the Yankees win and the Red Sox lose, the Red Sox have to face the Jays to see who gets that second wild card. So I would say, yeah, Yankees Jays for the wild card. That'd be interesting. It'll be at Yankee Stadium for sure. But I don't know. I don't think the Yankees want to face the Blue Jays because the Blue Jays can score some runs, man. That's for sure. So Franklin made a beautiful play at shortstop to get Gio Urshela for the first out. Oof. Oh, who starts a walk-up game for the Yankees? Well, if the Yankees don't have to play a playing game, probably Cole. I mean, that's why they didn't pitch him today. I mean, there was talk about him pitching today, but that's why they started with Tyon on the mound. So, I mean, I'm not sure about the Blue Jays rotation and who they used, who they didn't. I'm not paying attention to the Rays that. I mean, the Blue Jays that much. But I mean, if the Yankees don't have to play in a playing game, Cole probably. But let's be honest. I mean, if you're a Yankee fan, do you trust Cole the way he's been pitching? I don't. All right, so we got Brett Gardner out. Clutch Brett Gardner. I think it will be Cole. But again, if the Yankees have to play in a playing game, it all depends. If there's a three-way tie, then the Yankees, if they get stuck in a tie where they have to face Toronto and popped up by Gardner, and they run into each other, and they caught the ball. So 2 outs. Yep, two collisions. Yeah, with Cortez, I don't think they're going to use Cortez. But again, there's a lot of things that can go on though. Because it really depends. If the Yankees just have to play a wild card game, Cole's going to start. And then you'll have Cortez probably start game one if they make it to the NLDS and ALDS. So Sanchez hits a shot, but it's way foul left. And 0-2 count. The Rays are good, man. Like I said, but you know what? I don't trust the White Sox. I don't trust. The Astros. People are very quiet about the Astros. The Astros are sneaky good, and people forget that. Even though they don't got Verlander, they're still a very good team, and people just like wash them away like they're non-existent. I don't know, Karen, but I don't know. Franco's one of those guys that he's really good. I mean, let's be honest. Franco should have been mad because the outfielder always has the right of way for a ball, and Franco was calling it, but you got to give away to the outfielder, so it was Franco's fault. But I don't know. But you know what? They're winning, so I guess it doesn't matter. And Sanchez takes the ball in the dirt 2-2. All right, let's see. 2-2 count to Sanchez. And it looks like Chapman is coming in. Tie game or not. And Sanchez takes a slider, ball three. So full count. And on deck is Rougned Odor. So again, Chapman is coming in the game, no matter if it's a save situation or still a tie game. All right, guys, here we go. 2-2 count. Sorry if I'm lagging a little bit. Sanchez hits a shot and he catches the ball. Brett Phillips catches the ball and they're going to the top of the ninth. Still no score. Look at that. Chapman coming into the game. Choi Zunino Wendell. Going to the ninth. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's go around the games really quick, guys. Top of the seventh. Washington still leads Boston 5-2. Giants looking like they're going to win easily and win the NL West. Toronto's looking like they're going to win. And Toronto, as long as the Yankees or Boston loses, Toronto will play tomorrow in a playing game against whoever loses, Yankees or Red Sox, to decide who is going to be in the wild card game. If there's a three-way tie, Yankees and Red Sox lose, then the Yankees face the Red Sox in the playing game, and then whoever loses plays Toronto for the second wild card. So we shall see. But I want to see a three-way tie because then you got to use a lot of pitches, man. I would be pissed if the Mets were in that situation where they had to play two playing games just to make the wild card. You gotta, if DeGrom is healthy and all pitchers were healthy, you have to use DeGrom and Syndergaard, and then like Taijuan Walker's or Stroman's gonna start the NLDS. That's crazy, but hey, that's baseball, Susan. Yep, Seattle's just falling apart, guys. Oh, I feel bad for Seattle just a little bit. Those are the one of the underdog teams that you like to see, even though they got all the Mets on there. Kelenic, Flexen, Seawald. All right, guys. So going to the top of the night, no score, Rays Yankees. Going right to the Mets before the top of the ninth happens. Going to the top of the night. So I'm going to stick with the Mets right here until the end of the game, guys, since this is a Mets channel. So it's 1 out, Nimmo at the plate, 5-0 Braves. I'll keep you updated on the other games, but they're up at the top. All right, guys. So see if the Mets can get some runs. Conforto is going to get maybe one more at bat, but I don't think so. But it's possible that the Mets season is over and they lose the last game of the season with only 3 hits. All right, so here comes Choi. Chapman is on the mound. All right, so 2 down. How fitting would it be if Francisco Lindor makes the final out of the Mets season? Yeah, Karen, at this point, it would be fitting if Lindor makes the last out, though. But it would be also fitting if Lindor gets on and Conforto is the last batter of the Mets season. All right, so Chapman is pitching right now. Choi is at the plate, left-handed batter. Let's see if Lindor can keep the season alive for the New York Mets. Boston is making some noise. They got first and second, 1 out. All right, so it's a 1-2 pitch, 1-2 count to Lindor. Down to the last strike of the season, guys. Yeah, Karen, it's always emotional and sad when, the season is over. Now you got to wait 6 months until Mets baseball again in spring training. But you also got the playoffs for a month. That's kind of okay. So you got 5 months of no baseball. But it's sad. It sucks, especially the way the Mets started. Troy takes 3-1 to Troy. Uh-oh. All right, so see if Lindor can stay alive. And that's it, guys. Francisco Lindor hits the ball but gets the third out. And looking at the Mets game right now, all the Mets are hugging Michael Conforto right now. So it's like the Michael Conforto last game, getting all the hugs. Well, the Mets season is over with 77 wins. 77 and 85. 8 games under 500. Pete Alonso and Michael Conforto are hugging right now in the dugout. And it's fitting that Lindor makes the last out of the year. You know, Karen, I don't know. You know what? I said it the other day in my video. I don't know if you checked it out with the Michael Conforto thing. The way the players reacted with Conforto after that game on Thursday, the last home game, it seemed like they know more than we know. Like there might have been no negotiations between the Mets and Conforto and Boris. You know, maybe it just feels like he's not coming back. I don't know. But we got to wait and see. There's a lot that can go on. But it could be the end of Michael Conforto, number 30 in the Mets uniform. That's it. Michael Conforto going down the dugout. That's it, guys. New York Mets lose 5-0. They end the season with 77 wins and 85 losses. 8 games under 500. Nothing really good to say about this game, guys. Lindor makes the last out of the game, last out of the season. So I'm going to stick with you guys until the Yankee game is over, since it's interesting. Boston is coming back. They got a base hit. They're first and third, 5-3. So here we go, guys. So we're going to keep it at the Yankee game right now. They just got one out. So right now, Zunino is up. So it's a fitting end to the Mets' terrible season to lose the last game of the season. Now we got to wait 6 months until Mets baseball, guys. Mike Zunino hits one and right to Gallo, 2 outs. Oh, she actually said, though, the governor said, the acting governor said that. Well, you know what, guys? This is a global pandemic, you know? Some people, some people don't feel like they need to get vaccinated, and that's their decision. But again, you can't get mad at companies, organizations, telling people that I don't want you in my establishment if you're not vaccinated. It's their decision. I mean, this is bad that a politician is telling you to do this, but again, we're in a blue state, many blue states that are run by Democrats are really enforcing their rules. I mean, again, right or wrong, they have the option, they have the law in their hand to do that. This is just how it goes, the other day, I'm not the one to go into a lot of restaurants, but when I do, I'm vaccinated, but that's my choice. To me, I don't get, I'm not going to tell somebody to get vaccinated. It's just that's how it is, But at the end of the day, nobody can get mad at a corporation, a politician, a school, a job saying, I want my employees vaccinated, or I don't want you working here, or I don't want you attending a game. Just what it is. It's a public safety issue. If you guys are at baseball games, there's a lot of ushers, a lot of elderly workers around the ballpark. Just because a lot of us are young, walking around with no mask, God forbid, we are carrying the virus, even though we're vaccinated. You get one of those poor men and women, elderly women sick, they not be able to handle it and might pass away. You don't want to do that, and it's a personal choice. But at the end of the day, you can, I don't understand the people who get mad. Oh, why are they taking my rights away? They're not taking their rights away. They're trying to protect their own rights. Because I'm telling you, in 10 years from now, all those lawsuits that were going on with the World Trade Center, with the cancers and all the breathing issues and all that stuff? In 10 years, we're going to have stuff like that with COVID, with companies and schools and everything like that, where companies and schools were like, hey, I actually get vaccinated. You didn't get vaccinated. Now you got sick. Now you have health conditions related to that. And now they're going to have a problem. And now people are going to sue companies. And they're just protecting themselves. And I don't blame them. Yeah, I know. See, it is what it is. So Boston tied the game in the top of the seventh, 5-5. Boston has come back. And Chapman did walk Wendell. So right now, Margot is up. And he pops it up. So Boston came back. So again, Toronto's going to win. But it does not matter if the Red Sox and Yankees win. So again, Toronto needs either Boston or the Yankees to win or to lose to have a chance at the playing game tomorrow. Yeah, Jacob, we are. But at the end of the day, when you have a global pandemic, it's up to individuals, it's up to companies, it's up to politicians. Like I said, the Democratic states are a lot more strict with that stuff. And you know what? It is what it is. You can't really do anything about it. It's, the people who are mad are probably the people who voted for those in office. It's, what can you do? If I was a governor or had the power to make a law or rule, I would allow companies to make those decisions and organizations to make those decisions. All right, here you go. 0-2 pitch to Margot. Ball one. So yeah, I would leave it up to the companies and organizations and leagues and teams. Yeah, Karen, we will know as soon as the Yankees, Red Sox, Seattle, and Toronto game is over. So Toronto will be in a playoff game if the Yankees or the Red Sox lose. So Wendell did steal second base, so there's a guy in scoring position with 2 outs. So, but yeah, we'll know the playing game by today. So Chapman got a 1-2 pitch to Margot. So again, Boston tied it up. Yeah, Jacob. Like I said, me personally, I never tell anybody to get what they don't want. But at the end of the day, if you're not vaccinated, Jacob, like I said, you seem like you're not, but that's your decision. If you're not, it's hard to get mad at a company organization that says you can't go to my stadium if you're not vaccinated. And it's like, you're putting yourself at risk. If you don't think you're at risk, that's fine. But and they swung and a miss. So we're going to the bottom of the ninth, no score. So the Yankees have a chance to win it. Like I said, I'm all for people choosing what they want to do, and that goes for the abortion stuff too. That is nonsense in Texas. Like I said, I'm a very in the middle type of guy. I don't like either side. I think they're all full of you know what. I'm an independent voter, guys. So I don't trust anybody. I don't trust any politician. But listen, it is what it is, guys. Like I said, it's your choice, but just don't make a scene or don't get mad at companies or organizations or leagues or stadiums and even politicians. The politicians have the right. Listen, you vote for politicians who have certain thoughts, opinions, and laws. Yeah, Jacob, I think so, but they haven't been doing it at baseball games. I mean, I just went on Thursday to the Met game, and there was they didn't check nothing. So It really depends on the county as well. So, but yeah, Hayden, I know it's going crazy. Boston just tied it. Like I said, Boston and Yankees win. Toronto, that's it. They're done. Yeah, Karen, it's not even just New York. Wait, like I said, you know what? I'm really for like getting people together and everything like that. It just does not. It doesn't just make sense to me. You see, in Buffalo, you have to. And look, it's New York State, but it's the city itself that is enforcing it. You know what? Look, it is what it is at this point. But like I says, there's a lot of people. Like I know a lot of people who voted for Biden and voted for Democratic congressmen and senates. It is what it is. You know what? And there was too many people that, in my opinion, there was too many people that voted for Biden because they didn't like Trump. It's your prerogative, but to me, I vote for policies and what they say they would do. Now, granted, they might not do nothing, but that's the way it is. But let's get back to baseball because that's the important part. The Rays did not score in the top of the ninth, so we're going to the bottom of the ninth, guys. If you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button, guys. I will be with you. Obviously, the Met game is over. They lost 5-0, but there is important games going on. The Red Sox just tied it in the top of the seventh against Washington. The Blue Jays looking like they're going to win. Seattle's losing at the moment. Tampa Bay and the Yankees, no score, going to the bottom of the ninth. So the Yankees have a chance to book themselves into the wild card. Jacob, I don't know, man. I think the DH is coming, unfortunately. LFGM, Rob, wasn't our year yet again. So I will be with you until at least the Yankee game is over. Because if the Yankees win, they're guaranteed a wild card spot. And Odora hits a blooper and it's gonna fall for a base hit. Yankees got the leadoff runner on. Yeah, we're all hoping for a Rays win. Alrighty, guys. So, bottom of the ninth. Ronaldo just got a base hit single. Tyler Wade just pinched ran for him. And Gleyber Torres, the leadoff batter, is up at the plate. So, Yankees have a chance to book their stamp into the postseason. Yeah, Gio. Well, it's going to be confusing if there's ties. But you were here earlier, but I'm going to say it again. If the Yankees win, Red Sox lose. Yankees are in the wild card game. The Red Sox win, or if they lose, and Toronto is going to win most likely, Red Sox, Blue Jays playing game tomorrow to decide who plays the Yankees in the wild card game. If there's a four-way tie, Yankees play Red Sox, Toronto plays Boston. I'm sorry, Toronto plays Seattle. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But there still can be a three-way tie. If Yankees, Red Sox lose and Toronto wins, it's a three-way tie. Yankees face Red Sox tomorrow. Whoever loses plays Toronto the next day to decide the second wild card. So it's going to be fun. And it's looking like the Giants are going to win the division. So only the AL implications still matter. So let's see if. And Torres bunts and fouls it off. It's very confusing, but you know what? I tried to figure it out because it's like, it's a little more difficult to realize with the 3 team than the 4 team. The 4 team's a little confusing, but the 3 team is a little like all over the place too. But again, Yankees, the Yankees would be the number 1 team. If there's a tie, a three-way tie, the Yankees get the option to play Toronto or Boston. They chose Boston in Fenway instead of Toronto in Toronto. So that's if they both lose. But again, Boston just tied the game. The Yankees have a chance to win the game, and the Yankees win. They don't care because they're in. They're just going to see who plays, and now they can set up Cole for the wild card game. Uh, Gleyber Torres hits a shot, and it's just to the warning track, and he's tagging up. And Wade is at second base for 1 out. So it's a good tag. Good at bat by Gleyber Torres to get Wade to second base. Just missed the home run. But no, it's 5 or 10 feet. Yeah, when he first hit it, I thought it was gone. All right, so Anthony Rizzo, the trade deadline acquisition, the guy who helped turn the Yankee season around. Can it come down to Anthony Rizzo winning the game, sending the Yankees to the playoffs in 2021? Probably. I mean, you get rid of the manager, you're probably going to get rid of the coaching staff. See how it goes. If the Mets are smart, I would actually let the manager pick their coaches. Hey, Todd, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in. Please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, I don't think I've seen you around here, Lakata, but please hit on that subscribe button. Oh, yeah, he finished with a 400. I think it's 401, if I'm not mistaken. I think I looked at it earlier. I think he finished with it. It's a really good year for Nimmo. The injuries hurt him a little bit, but look, is Nimmo going to be here next year? Probably. But I think the Mets should actually look to get a center fielder and put Nimmo in left. I think he's a way better left fielder than center fielder. I think Dom's going to be gone. Who knows what we're going to do with right fields, but it's a lot of answers, a lot of question marks for the Mets. Yeah, and that's the biggest problem with Nimmo. Nimmo went on the DL twice, or the IL twice. 209, 292 average, 401 OBP. That's a great leadoff hitter right there. But again, if he's going to miss 30 to 40 games, you can't count on a guy like that, especially a guy who's very important to this team. It's always nice for a guy to get on base so much as Nimmo does. But if he's injured 30, 40 games a year, it's pointless. I don't know if he's going to get an MVP vote. All right, so it's a 1-2 count to Rizzo. Tyler Wade on second, 1 out. Bottom of the ninth. And Rizzo hits a base hit. And Wade stops at third. All right, second and third, 1 out for the Yankees. Aaron Judge coming up. So Rizzo going to second. They're probably going to walk Aaron Judge to get the Stanton for a double play opportunity. So it's going to be bases loaded with 1 out with Giancarlo Stanton coming to the plate. Nah, Hayden, I wouldn't send him. I think it would be too close because you can't know the throw until it actually happens. All right, guys. So I'm going to be right back 1 second. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alrighty, guys. So going around the league one more time before the Yankees come up and see if they can win the game in the ninth. With Aaron Judge coming to the plate, they're probably going to walk him. Boston tied Washington in the top of the eighth, so Boston's coming back up. Seattle is losing 7-3 now, but it's the bottom of the sixth, 2 outs. Toronto's winning. Yeah, I'm a little surprised Stroman didn't pitch, but maybe Stroman said he didn't want to pitch. Connor, how you doing? Connor, I agree with you. Rays all day, but the Yankees have a golden opportunity, and they are going to pitch to Aaron Judge, which is a little shocking. A little shocking to me. Well, thank you for tuning in, Connor. If you don't mind, hit on that subscribe button, hit on that like button. Let's hopefully the Yankees screw this up in the bottom of the ninth, and we go to the top of the 10th. With guess what? A man on second. Everybody's favorite rule. All right, so 1 out, second and third, bottom of the ninth. Aaron Judge at the plate. Aaron Judge swings and misses. And there was a stat. Aaron Judge is 0 for 12 in his last 12 at bats, so he is due. That is for sure. All right, 1-1 count to Judge. Judge gets a base hit. Game is over, or maybe a sac fly. Swing and a miss. 1-2. All right. Yeah, but you know what? Stroman might have said, "Hey, I don't want to risk getting injured." Yeah, I know the Mariners were that underdog, Cinderella team, but hey, they got 90 wins on the season. That's an accomplishment. Nobody expected that. I wonder if anybody bet the over because their over was like 70 something. All right, 1-2 pitch coming to Judge. Judge can win the ball game, send the Yankees to the playoffs. And ball inside 2-2. Woo-hoo. I'm a little shocked they didn't walk Judge to get the Stanton for a double play, but hey, they are making it interesting. 2-2 pitch coming up to Judge. It's off the glove, and the Yankees win. The Yankees are in the playoffs. And the Yankees win, are in the postseason. They will be waiting to see if the Red Sox win. They will be playing the Red Sox at Fenway if the Red Sox win, because the Red Sox have a better record against the Yankees if they tie. But if the Red Sox lose and Toronto is obviously going to win, Yankees wait to see who they play. And the interesting part, the New York Yankees will not have a home game in the wild card, just so you guys know. Because they both have they don't have the Toronto Blue Jays and the Red Sox have winning records against the Yankees. Well, there you go, guys. Yankees in the playoffs. Yankees wait to see if the Red Sox win, so they go to Fenway Park. Well, yeah, Jacob, exactly. Like it doesn't matter who wins, Boston or the Jays. The Yankees don't get the home field advantage. But you're right. That's right. Because if Boston loses, they're gonna have one less loss, one more loss than the Yankees. So the Yankees will be home for that. So I guess the Yankees are hoping Boston. Well, yeah, because that's the cockiness of the Yankee fans. But exactly, listen, all it takes is to get into the playoffs. Now, granted, you got to play that one game wild card that sucks and could just end your season like that. But at the end of the day, you make the playoffs, you have a shot, and that's all you have to ask for. And you know what? The Yankees are consistently in the playoffs, and as a Met fan, I'm a little jealous of that. I'm not gonna lie. It would be nice to have my team make the playoffs every single year, or at least 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 years. Be great. I mean, the Mets never made the postseason 3 years in a row in their franchise history. That sucks. But we're gonna turn over to the Red Sox game, and after the Red Sox game, guys, I will call the stream a quit, and I will see you guys for either the wild card game or the playing game. Yeah, exactly, Jacob. I mean, look at the Brewers. Look what they did. They made the right trades. They signed the right players, and they did what they had to do. The Brewers have really good pitching. Yeah, exactly, Todd. And again, sorry, excuse me, the Mets. They choked in '07 and '08. They had opportunities to make the playoffs those 3 years, or those 2 years. After the '06 season, we all thought the Mets were going to be back. They lost a tough series to the Cardinals. We all know the Wainwright Beltran curveball. Yeah, Robert, you know what? It is what it is. You know what? The Yankees were just a little bit better, and that's all it takes. And that's why when you make the playoffs, no matter who it is, as long as you make the playoffs, anything can happen. Oh yeah, of course, Karen. Like I said, every year, you always get that feeling. This is the year. This is the year. You never know. Like I said, in the first half, we thought the Mets were going to run away with this division because nobody was playing well, and look what happened. Exactly, Christian. It's unfortunate. You had to win the division. You had to win. You had to be in first place to make or first in your division in the NL East or the NL, and then the two leagues. You had to win your division. You had to win. You had to be first place, and then you go right to the NLCS. You know, it's unfortunate, but again, it is what it is. How many years the Yankees would have made the playoffs over the last 15 years if there was no wild card, right? How many times in 2017, this year they wouldn't have made the playoffs? So, of course, I have an idiot outside revving his engine. But once again, guys, we're gonna be watching the Red Sox game until it's over. Red Sox win. They play the Yankees at Fenway. Red Sox lose. They play in the playing game against Toronto to see who faces the Yankees in the wild card game. So once again, guys, please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the comments. Hit on that subscribe button, guys. Talking Mets and Rob here. Unfortunately, the Mets season did not go as planned. They did not make the playoffs. They ended up 8 games under 500, 77 and 85 was their record. Very bad second half that destroyed this team. Front office failed this team, not getting the players in here that they needed to get here in the trade deadline, giving the Braves the opportunity to stay alive in the division, and the Braves took full advantage of it. It's crazy, you know. After Todd, you know, the better ERA, you know, they got a little healthier. The Mets got a little more injury. You know, DeGrom never came back. You know, we lost David Peterson. Syndergaard never came back. Carrasco came back in August. You just can't do nothing about it. You know, it's just is what it is. You know, the Mets had depth in their rotate. They had depth in pitching. Just everybody got hurt. You can't do anything about it. You know. But we're going to the top of the eighth, guys. I'm sorry, the bottom of the eighth in Washington. Red Sox tied 5-5 with the Nationals. Red Sox win. They face the Yankees at Fenway Park for the wild card game. Red Sox lose. They play Toronto tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's in Toronto. I don't know who has the better record against each other, but they do play each other in the playing game. Yeah, Peterson wasn't good, but again, you know, it's like a sophomore slump for him. And I still think he's going to be a part of this rotation, and I think he's going to be good. Not great. You know, he can be a number 4 starter, and that's okay. You know, the Mets need back-end starters. I hope we need Carrasco to bounce back. He's going to be most likely our number 2 starter if we don't sign Stroman, and we don't know about Syndergaard. You know, Carrasco's got to figure out the first inning because he's been terrible, giving up home runs, starting off the first inning. Freaking idiots on my block, revving engines like they're kids. But yeah, you know, it's up to the. You know, we got to see how the rotation is going to fill out. But again, we need Carrasco to bounce back. There's no doubt about it. He's going to be on this team next year. He has 1 year left on his contract. Hopefully, Jacob deGrom is healthy. If he's not healthy, then it's a moot point. The Mets have no shot. Maybe you know, it seems like the Mets and Syndergaard are going to come up with a deal. So Syndergaard will be in this rotation, but can Syndergaard throw his slider and curveball? If he can't throw his slider and curveball, he's better off in the bullpen with that fastball changeup. So now we got to fill a rotation spot again. Is that David Peterson? Is that Tyler McGill? We got to see. So the Red Sox in the bottom of the 8th, guy already got the Nationals out, 2 outs already. So far so good for the Red Sox. They're staying alive. I saw Noah Syndergaard top out at 96. Yeah. So that's not terrible. Again, coming back from Tommy John, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's a bit low. But somebody from coming back from Tommy John, you know, he's got to get the confidence back, you know? He's definitely got to get the confidence back. You know, you got to get the confidence back. You know, just remember, it's usually not the physical part, it's the mental part to get over the mental hurdle of Tommy John, knowing that you can throw hard. But again, 96 miles an hour is fine because he throws his changeup at 86, 87. So that's a 10 miles an hour difference, which is more than enough. And if he does throw a slider again, he's probably going to throw it in the low 90s. And then his curveball is like in the mid to high 80s. So it's a difference, and it's fine. It's just if he can't throw his slider and his curveball, he can't be a starter. You can't be a starter and throw a fastball changeup. So he's gonna have to go to the bullpen. And can he adjust to that? I'm not worried about it, Jacob. We gotta remember he really didn't build up his arm strength as much. He had to stop and go. He had that injury when he was supposed to come back in August or July for that matter, and he had that setback with the elbow issue, and then he had COVID, so he never really revved up his arm and warmed it up enough. So I think he can get back to 97, 98. But again, throwing 96 is not a problem. He just has to know how to pitch. He's got to learn, like Jacob DeGrom learned how to pitch. He's got to be a better pitcher, and that's about it. So we're going to the top of the ninth. The Red Sox can get a lead. See what happens. Yeah, well, everybody's different, Todd. You got to remember also. Billy Wagner's throwing one inning. You know, Syndergaard is expected to go 5, 6, 7 innings. Yeah, we have big durability issues. DeGrom, we don't know. Carrasco, I think he's going to be healthy. Carrasco, it's just a matter of can he actually pitch. He's not a young guy. He's 36 years old, 35, 36 years old. So I think Walker's going to be fine. He has a full year under his belt. It's going to help him next year. But we have a lot of holes. If we don't sign Stroman, we're in trouble. Even though I don't like Stroman very much, I think he had a career year this year. He's not going to have another career year like this. He gets his contract. He's not going to be as good, guys. I'm just letting you know that. I don't trust Stroman. Yeah, he had that cancer scare and then the injury with the Mets, so he hasn't really pitched in a couple of years, a lot of innings. So, all right, so Schwarber is up at the plate for the Red Sox. Can the Red Sox punch their ticket to the postseason and face the Yankees at Fenway Park for the wild card game on Tuesday? But you know what? It was an exciting season in the first half. I really thought the Mets were going to be good enough to win the division, but again, you can only do so much. And I felt like the front office let them down and didn't believe in them and didn't make the moves they needed during the deadline to help this team out, who was at first place at the time, to give them a little bit of a jolt. Just like the Braves, they made the moves and gave that team a jolt. So so the ball is in play with Schwarber. See what happens. See if Schwarber gets a base hit. All right, so one on, nobody out for the Red Sox in the top of the ninth. Once again, guys, just so you know, Super Chat is live. If you want to donate to my channel, I really do appreciate it. There is no obligation, just letting you guys know it is up and running. Thank you guys for tuning in. I really appreciate it throughout the whole season, guys. You guys have been great. I really do appreciate all the support. The channel is not going anywhere. We got the whole off season to complain about, front office, player acquisitions. But don't forget, guys, I will be going live during wildcard games, NL and AL, and I will be going live during playoff games during the playoffs. So even though this is a Mets channel, this is still a baseball channel, guys. So keep on tuning in. I will be doing videos about the GM, president of baseball ops, possible offseason acquisitions, who's staying, who's going for the Mets. So much to talk about throughout the offseason. So stick around. We're talking Mets and Rob, guys. I really do appreciate it. But don't forget, guys, hit on that like button and hit on that subscribe button, guys, and hit on that notification bell so you get notified when I post my videos and when I go live. So let's see if the Red Sox can pull it out after being down a couple of runs, but fought back and seeing if they can win and play the Yankees in the wild card game. Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers are going to win 106 games. The Giants are winning 107 games. That's insane. Yeah, you know what, Todd? They just had bad luck. They had another team that's very good, and nobody expected the Giants. You know, it's just bad luck. But look, the Dodgers are lucky that there's a wild card game, right? They would be the Mets in years past, in the 80s. So they're lucky they have a chance to be in a wild card and face the hottest team in baseball in the Cardinals. All right, so Bogarts is up with nobody out. Schwarber's on first. Giants win the pennant. I'm sorry, the Giants win the division. So the Dodgers are going to face the Cardinals in a wild card game. Giants are going to face the winner of the wild card game. It's going to be the Brewers and the Braves for the National League postseason. All right, so Rafael Devers come to the plate. Bogarts didn't do nothing. One out. Schwarber is still on first. Michael, absolutely. If he's not fired tonight, he will be fired Monday morning. Guaranteed. Well, uh, when office hours open at 9, he'll be fired, Michael. Thank you for tuning in, by the way. Please hit on that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button, buddy. But yeah, Luis Rojas is gone. I think it's 100% he's going to be gone. Probably be fired by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, if not tonight. I doubt tonight. I don't think they're going to do that to Rojas because, he's been a good company guy, organizational guy. So they'll be respectful and probably fire him in the morning if that's respectful enough. But again, he was over his head. We all know it. We saw it. Bad decisions he made. Very bad when it came to reading analytics. He's just not a good manager. And in my opinion, the Mets need an experienced guy to run this ball club. I don't know if you guys agree, but I think we need an experienced guy. We don't need a new guy. Michael, I'm on board with you, man. Theo is the guy I want. The Mets are talking to him, going to be talking to him very soon. You know, that's the only guy they can talk to at the moment while games are still going on. So I think they should do everything they can to get Theo in this organization. I don't know why the people are on my block are playing freaking music, blasting music like it's Friday night or Saturday night. It's a Sunday night and people got to go to school and work and they're blasting music like dummies. But you know, that's New York for you. Yeah, Karen, you know, I think they're just going to be respectful because, you know, like I said, Roas is a good guy. He's been in the organization for so long. So I don't think they want to, you know, embarrass him. So they'll probably just fire him in the morning during office hours. I wouldn't be surprised if we all wake up tomorrow morning and you'll see the tweet or the notification that he's fired. And boom, guys, the Devers hit a 2-run homer to give the 7-5 lead to the Red Sox. It could be over for the Toronto Blue Jays' hopes of making the playoffs or at least the playing game. The Red Sox are that much closer to the postseason to face the Yankees at home in the wild card. Exactly what everybody was looking for, ladies and gentlemen. The rivalry of all rivalries, the Yankees Red Sox, Fenway Park. That's going to be a great game. I don't know who's going to pitch for the Red Sox. Pavetta, maybe? Maybe? Definitely Cole's pitching on Tuesday. And guess where we'll be, guys? We'll be right here. Wild card night, Tuesday. Yankees, Red Sox, if that's the game. We will be here right on my channel. AL wildcard game. Whenever that is, probably 8 o'clock at night, most likely. So, guys, tune in. Even though it's not our beloved Mets, it's still baseball, and we all love baseball. So, tune in, guys. See if the Red Sox can hold on. And then I will talk to you guys next time. Very nice. Rafael Devers, one of my favorite players, guys. It sucks, though, because Toronto played really well. But you know what? They had the opportunity to beat the Yankees, and they didn't. It was in their hands. So, still one out. We got Iglesias up. Verdugo on deck. Still one out. Top of the ninth, Red Sox, Devers. 2-run homer in the top of the ninth to give the Red Sox a 7-5 lead when they were losing basically the entire game until the last couple of innings. Red Sox has shown heart. That's what I'm talking about. A Red Sox team that was not expected to do anything this year is a half inning away of making the playoffs, facing the New York Yankees, their arch nemesis, in the wild card for the American League. Well, if the Red Sox win, guys, the entire postseason is set, ready for Tuesday. So if it is set tomorrow, I will do a video about my postseason predictions and wild card winners, division series winners, NL ALCS winners, World Series teams, and World Series winner. So check that out tomorrow, guys. It'll probably be posted tomorrow, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock. So check that out, guys. So very unfortunate for the Blue Jays, but they had the opportunity to beat the Yankees and they didn't. Oh yeah, I think Otani was gonna get it anyway, even if they made the playoffs. So, but it's unfortunate, guys. Yeah, I wanted Toronto because I think Toronto was the most dangerous team out of all the teams that had a chance for the wild card. Their offense can beat anybody. So Iglesias gets on. Verdugo is up. Yeah, exactly. But you know what, Karen, the the Blue Jays had every opportunity. All they had to do was beat the Yankees 2 out of 3, and they didn't do it. And they would have been in a better position than the Yankees were, but they didn't beat up the Yankees, and that's they turned in. They put themselves in a spot where they needed help to make the playoffs, and that's not what you want. What you want is to put it in your own fate, and all you needed was a win to be in. But you know what? You can't rely on teams all the time because it always doesn't work out. But it is okay. The good news is, Met fans, is that we can actually watch the postseason with no stress, with no heart in the game. We're not going to lose hair. We're not going to go gray. We're not going to need alcohol. We get to watch the postseason stress free and just hope the Yankees lose. And again, there's a couple of teams I don't want to win. I don't want the Braves to win. I don't want the Cardinals to win, and I don't want the Yankees to win. So 3 out of what? 10 teams? 3 out of the 10? Anybody else but them three. I don't want to win. I can't stand the Cardinals. I hate the Braves. And a strikeout, 2 outs. All right, so there's two down. Renfro's at the plate. Red Sox lead 7-5 in the top of the ninth. Came back after being down all those runs. Alrighty. Can the Red Sox get a little bit more insurance runs before they have the opportunity to save the game and punch their ticket to the postseason to face the Yankees in Fenway? Oh boy. I know Hayden. He did. He was one of the two. Him and Nimmo. That's about it. As soon as the stream over, I can't wait to eat some food. All right, goes going to the bottom of the ninth. Can the Red Sox hold the Washington Nationals up and get to the postseason? Thomas, Escobar, Soto. So it's not going to be easy. That's for sure. So going around the league one more time, guys. As you watched earlier, the New York Yankees beat the Rays, punching their ticket to the postseason, being the first wildcard team, not having to worry about a playing game. Toronto beat the Baltimore Orioles 12-4. It might be irrelevant because the Red Sox are winning. Seattle is losing 7-3, so they're probably out. The Giants won, so they win the NL West. The Dodgers are the first wildcard team facing St. Louis. So it all comes down to Boston. If they win, they face the Yankees. No playing game. Devin, I think he'll be fired tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Probably a press conference or a posting from the Mets Twitter or something like that. Probably a statement from Alderson. And Rojas will be gone. Devin, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you subscribe to the channel, buddy. All right, Karen, I'll see you on Tuesday for the wild card game. But here we go, guys. Red Sox, bottom of the ninth. Nah, I don't think they're gonna wait. I don't think they're gonna wait that long. I think they want to get the process moving. Look, if you fire him tomorrow, or it might be Tuesday because with all these office hours and business time and stuff, they might. But I think they're gonna fire him tomorrow. Why wait? Don't let him wait around. Fire him and let him go. Start on a clean slate. They're already in the vetting process with Theo Epstein. They're gonna start talking to him probably sometime this week, so that's a good sign. Get it rolling. Get the president of baseball operations in here. Let him choose a manager. Let's get the ball rolling. Start with these qualifying offers right after the World Series and go from there. Let's not play games. Let's get serious. Let's be a normal organization who actually does things right for once and not having all these problems. It's all pain. That's all it ever is. That's all it ever is, guys. Pain, pain, pain. Always freaking pain. So let's see if the Red Sox can close it out, guys. Let's see if he can close it out. But my prediction, 9 a.m. tomorrow, or between 9 and 12, Rojas will be fired. You get a statement from Sandy on the Mets website, on Twitter, and then we start all over again, guys. New front office, new manager, new coaches, and then we'll figure out all the new players that are going to be coming in because I do not believe that you're going to see a lot of the same faces next year. Yeah, Devin, I agree. I wanted Sandy gone as well, but again, he's going to be the president. He's not going to be very involved in baseball operations, I don't think. I'd rather him gone, but again, if he gets Theo in here, Theo's going to run things, and I'm not going to worry about it. If Billy Beane is here, I worry because I don't want Billy Beane here. All right, guys. Red Sox got 1 out, 2 outs away to facing the Yankees in a wild card game. Here we go. Ball's in play. Is it an out? Let's see. All right, so there is 1 out. Thomas was first. All right, so Escobar is up. I'm going to pull it up on my phone. I'll watch the game from there. Give you a little bit of a live update. Alrighty, guys. Let's see. No volume. Alrighty, so all the Red Sox fans in attendance in Nationals Park. Yeah, Gio, that's the way we all feel, it's just the fact that, you know, the Mets fell apart. They were never that good. They just were in a bad division and they just fell apart. And yeah, let's go Red Sox. The Red Sox are going most likely to the playoffs. Face the Yankees. So it's a 1-2 pitch to Escobar. 2 outs away for the Red Sox, guys. Yeah, Fernando, I was telling everybody, Mets fans can just watch the playoffs in peace. No stress. Sale's not going to pitch. Sale pitched today, Fernando. So I don't know who's going to pitch for the Red Sox. Pavetta's closing right now, so it might be. I don't know. Yeah. All right, Escobar got a ground ball. 2 outs for the Red Sox. 1 out away, and the ball game is over. And the Red Sox clinch, and there will be no chaotic AL wild card situation with ties, unfortunately, but that's okay. But yeah, I would probably think it would be Pavano. I think. I think he's the one that's going to get the start. So it would be Cole against whoever. At Fenway Park, by the way. All right, so Juan Soto is at the plate. The guy that possibly could have been can be the NL MVP, but probably not. But we shall see, guys. Can the Red Sox pull it off? Finish the comeback. Strike one. Well, we'll see. Cole hasn't pitched well, but you know what? It would be fitting because, the Yankee fans and the Yankees like to torture the Met fans. So Cole pitched the game of his life, probably. All right, strike two. One pitch away, and the Red Sox are going to the playoffs, guys. Here we go. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. Hit on that like button. We're going to wait until the Red Sox finish their game. If they win, they're in. And I'll see you guys on Tuesday for the wild card game. Let's see if it can happen. Red Sox pitch. Strike three on the curveball. It was the Carlos Beltran and Wainwright curveball that froze Soto. The Red Sox are facing the Yankees in the wild card game. How fitting. Here we go, guys. So, Red Sox win, Yankees win. Postseason is set. The Yankees face the Red Sox at Fenway Park in the wild card. The Dodgers face the Cardinals in Dodgers Stadium. The Braves face the Brewers. And the Giants wait for the wild card winner. The White Sox face the Astros. The Rays wait to face the Yankees or the Red Sox. So, guys, it's been fun. Nice 4.5 hours. Glad you guys tuned in. Mets end their season on a loss, 5-0 to the Braves. 77-85, guys. 8 games under 500. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys on Tuesday for the wild card game. As always, Met fans, let's go Mets. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you on Tuesday. Have a good night, guys.